Hello? Welcome. If you support my message, share this episode and drop a comment below to tell the algorithm to give us a push. It can be anything. I read every note. And for an easier listening experience, save our show on Spotify. Find the link on my page. Thanks for joining us tonight. There is a terrifying kind of exhaustion that sleep cannot fix. You know the feeling. It's that sudden cold hollow that opens up in your chest, not on your worst days, but on your good days. The quiet midnight dread that despite doing everything right, we are running on a treadmill that someone else speeds up every year. We force ourselves to believe this comes from our screens, our relentless bills, our alienated cities, or the creeping fear that the world is moving on without us. Tonight, I want to walk with you through real records of 19 sacred humans who felt the exact same suffocating emptiness. People who reached the top of their worlds, or were cast into the absolute bottom of them, and faced a terrifying choice: keep performing a lie, or burn their whole life down to save their soul. They had no modern safety nets, no life hacks, no experts to prescribe a fix, no corporate retreats, and no comfort to hide behind. Yet they unlocked a secret about human suffering that we quietly set down and forgot. Tonight, one life at a time, we are going to go into the dark and reclaim it. Picture the greatest hall of learning in the medieval world. Stone walls glowing under oil lamps. Hundreds of the Empire's elite students packed shoulder to shoulder on the floor, pens ready, holding their breath. At the front of the room stands Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. He is barely in his 30s, and he has achieved everything a modern mind aches for: ultimate status, unmatched intellectual dominance, wealth, and the adoration of the powerful. He is titled Hujjat al-Islam, the proof of Islam. He has won the game of life completely. He steps up to the podium to speak, and nothing comes out. Not a stammer, not a cough. His mouth is open, the opening line of his lecture ready on his mind, and his vocal cords freeze solid. It is as if an invisible hand reached into his chest and turned off his voice. He tries again. Total silence. The hall begins to murmur. This is the sharpest tongue in the civilization. A man who dismantles world-class scholars in debate for sport. And he cannot say a single word. They bring the finest physicians in Baghdad. They test his body, examine his throat, and find absolutely nothing physically wrong. His body is healthy. But within days, the paralysis spreads. He cannot swallow food. He cannot digest water. His flesh begins to waste away. At last, the doctors step back with open hands. They tell him, this is not a disease of the throat. It is a mutiny of the heart, and no medicine we own can touch it. He will not speak another word in public for 11 years. Why would a man at the absolute pinnacle of world prestige, a man who had everything the rest of us spend our entire lives striving to build, suddenly, violently lose the ability to perform his own success? What did his body know about his gilded life that his mind was too proud to admit? Hold on to that question, because before we solve Ghazali's silence, we have to travel back even further, to an old woman stranded in the desert thorns, who realized the ultimate weapon against being erased isn't power. It's a single, honest word. Welcome, Nightlings. This is Huxley. If you like listening or falling asleep to real stories that will reveal life's deeper truths, then this is the place for you. Consider subscribing and let the next story find you when you need it most. I've spent years looking for ways to improve my rest, which led me to partner with intake breathing. They create specialized nasal bands that use magnets to physically pull the nostrils open from the outside, significantly increasing airflow. These bands completely change your sinuses, how you exercise, and how you sleep. If you'd like to support our small team, as I reinvest everything back into hiring more talented people to improve these journeys, you can get 15% off using the link in the description below. We'll come back to the man who lost his voice. But first, I want to take you somewhere much older and much quieter to meet a woman who very nearly lost her name. Come with me. It is more than 4,000 years ago. A temple in the city of Ur, in the flat, hot country between two rivers, in the deep of the night. There is a single lamp burning, a little clay dish of oil with a floating wick, and it throws a small circle of gold onto a table, and everything beyond that circle is dark. At the table, a woman is bent over a tablet of wet clay. In her hand is a cut reed sharpened to a wedge, and she is pressing marks into the soft surface. One careful stroke at a time, the way you might press a thumbprint into fresh bread. Watch her hand. It is not shaking exactly, but it is slow, because she is about to do something no human being, as far as we know, has ever done before. She is about to sign her own work. Not a king's decree, not a merchant's tally of grain and goats. A poem, her poem. Words she made, feelings she felt, pressed into the clay in the first person. And then, at the end, her own name, so that anyone who ever holds this tablet will know. A real person sat here, in the dark, and thought these thoughts, and she was here. Think about the loneliness of that. Think about the sheer nerve of it. There is no one before her to copy, no one to give her permission. Every voice she has ever known has been the voice of the gods, or the voice of the throne, never the voice of a single particular named human heart saying, "This is mine. I made this." And think of the terror underneath it. Because clay is soft. That is the whole cruelty of it. A name pressed into wet clay can be smoothed away with one pass of a thumb before it ever dries. Everything she is, everything she dares to be, it could be wiped out in a single, careless second, and no one would ever know it had been there at all. She presses her name in anyway. Her name is Enheduanna, and you have almost certainly never heard it, which is its own kind of heartbreak, because she is the first author in all of human history that we can name. Before her, writing has no face and no signature. After her, it does. Roughly 42 hymns survive with her hand behind them. A carved disc of pale stone, dug out of the sand at Ur in 1927, still shows her, standing tall, standing at the center, exactly where she meant to be. She is the beginning of every signed word that would ever follow. And the world came very close to never knowing she existed at all. To understand how far she fell, you have to first understand how high she stood. Enheduanna was a daughter of Sargon. Sargon of Akkad, the conqueror, the man who did something no one had done before him. He took the quarrelsome, scattered cities of this land and hammered them together into the world's first empire. He won it with the sword. That was the easy part. Anyone with enough soldiers can take a city. Holding it, that is the hard part. Because a conquered people do not love you. They speak a different tongue. They pray to different gods, and every morning they wake up remembering they used to be free. An empire held together by fear alone is just a fight that hasn't finished yet. So Sargon reached for a different kind of glue. He reached for his daughter. He made her En, the high priestess of the moon god, Nanna, in the great temple at Ur, the holiest office in the oldest and proudest city of the south. It was the most powerful position a woman could hold in that entire world. And it was not a gift. It was a job, a staggeringly difficult one. Her task was to take the gods of her father's Akkadian people and the gods of the conquered Sumerians and weave them into one. To stand in the temple and through hymn after hymn after hymn braid two peoples into a single faith, to make a Sumerian farmer and an Akkadian soldier bow their heads to the same divine mother, and feel for a moment that they were one people after all. And this was not a quiet, small life spent scribbling in a back room. Picture what her days actually held. She presided over the great temple of the moon god at Ur, a stepped mountain of mud brick rising up out of the flat plain, visible for miles, the tallest thing any of these people had ever built. She led the processions. She poured out the offerings of oil and beer and grain. She kept the calendar of the heavens, watching the moon fatten and thin over the marshes, marking the festivals that told a whole civilization when to plant and when to harvest and when to pray. She was the living hinge between the gods and the king, between heaven and the harvest, and everyone knew it. We know her face a little because of one astonishing survival. That carved disc of pale alabaster I mentioned, the one dug from the ruins of Ur, shows a ritual in progress. 4 figures. And where you would expect a woman of that age to stand small and modest and off to the side, she does not. She stands in the very center, taller than the rest, her hand raised, presiding, with her name and her titles cut into the stone behind her, so that there could be no mistaking who was in charge. 4,000 years later, you can still look at that stone and feel her certainty. This was a woman entirely sure of her place in the world. She did it with words, only with words. She took the fierce goddess her father's people loved, and the older goddess of the south, and she sang them into a single blazing figure, Inanna, Queen of Heaven, until no one could quite remember where one ended and the other began. She built with poetry what her father had failed to build with armies. She made the empire feel true. That is real power, nightlings. the kind that goes deeper than any spear. But it is also a strange and fragile kind of power. Because here is the question that hangs over the whole thing. The question she must have known the answer to on her worst nights. What protects a woman whose only weapon is her voice on the day the men with swords decide they no longer want to hear it? That day came. By now, Enheduanna was no longer young. Sargon, her father, was long dead. The throne had passed down to her nephew. A new king, ruling an empire that was, as empires always are, cracking quietly at the seams. And in the city of a man rose up in revolt. The old poem gives him a name, Lugal-Aenel, a usurper reaching for power. And to seize the city, he had to seize its holiest office. He had to seize her, so he drove her out. I want you to feel what that word means. This was not a quiet retirement. He stripped her of the priesthood that had been her entire life. He cast her out of the temple where she had served for decades, out of the only role that had ever defined her, and out of the city itself, pushed into exile, an old woman on the road with nothing. And the poem she later wrote about it, this is the part that stops my breath. The poem tells us exactly how it felt. She says he made her fly from the temple like a swallow flushed from a window, just gone in a beat of wings out into the empty air. She says she was driven to walk through the thorn bushes of the mountains, an old woman, the greatest voice of her age, stumbling over rough ground with the thorns tearing at her. But losing the office was not the true horror. The true horror was subtler than that and colder. When you throw a woman out of a temple, you don't just take her position. You take her voice. You unmake her. You reach back through all those years and you try to smooth the clay, to make it so she was never really the end, never really chosen, never really there at all. A silenced woman becomes, in time, an erased one. First they stop listening, then they forget you ever spoke, then it is as if you never existed. And she was the perfect target for it, if you think about it coldly. She had no army, she had no throne of her own. Everything she was had been built out of words and ceremony and the respect of others. And all of those things can be taken back. The usurper could stand in her temple and simply declare a new truth. She was never anointed. The moon god never chose her. That old woman on the mountain road is no one. And who would argue? The king was gone. The father was dust. Power had moved on to younger and harder men. And younger and harder men do not tend to keep careful records of the women they push aside. This is the quiet cruelty of being erased rather than merely defeated. A defeat you can survive. You lick your wounds. You know what happened. You carry the memory. But erasure goes after the memory itself. It doesn't just beat you. It sits down at the table with a wet thumb and starts, patiently, to rub you out of the record, until even you begin to wonder whether you were ever really there. That was the wall that rose up in front of Enheduanna, not stone. Something worse than stone. A wall of silence. The whole weight of a world agreeing quietly to pretend she was nothing. She was out in the wilderness. Old, cast down, forgotten by the temple that had been her home. Every ordinary rule says her story should end right there, in the thorns, unfinished and unremembered. She had one thing left, just one. And it happened to be the one thing that no usurper, no revolt, no wall of silence in the whole history of the world has ever truly been able to take. She still had her voice, and out there in exile with nothing else to her name, she used it. She composed a poem. We call it The Exaltation of Inanna, and it is one of the most extraordinary things any human being has ever done, because of what it does not do. It does not beg for pity. It does not quietly disappear. It stands up. It is an old woman thrown into the dark, opening her mouth and roaring. She calls out to Inanna, the goddess she has served all her life, the goddess she herself helped make. And listen to how she builds it. She does not open small. She opens with the goddess in her full and terrible glory. Inanna, riding the storm, robed in fire, mistress of heaven, before whom the mountains themselves bow down. She spends verse after verse making the goddess enormous, unanswerable, the greatest power in all creation, and only then, having raised that towering presence up over the whole poem, does she turn and place her own tiny, wronged human self at the foot of it. She lays the whole injustice at the goddess's feet. The revolt, the usurper, the temple taken, the swallow flung from the window. She confesses her fear. She tells how the prayers she once sang so surely now seem to catch in her throat, how the man who cast her out has left her hollowed and afraid. It is one of the oldest voices we have, and it is doing something we still do at 3 a.m, reaching up past the ceiling towards something larger than the trouble and saying, "Please, this is not right, see me." And then she does the thing no one had done before. She names herself, right there inside the poem, I Enheduanna. She says it plainly. I will recite a prayer to you. I, the priestess. I, Enheduanna. Stop and sit with that for a moment, because we throw the word around too easily now. But think about what it actually means to be the first. For all the long ages before her, human beings had written down laws and lists and the deeds of kings. But no one, as far as we can find, had ever stood inside their own words and said I, and meant themselves. Their own particular self, their own wound, their own outrage, their own trembling hope. She is quite possibly the first person in the story of our whole species to write the word I and have it mean a living, feeling human soul. And she does it at the exact moment the world is trying to erase her. That is not a coincidence, Nightlings. That is the whole thing. They tried to smooth her out of the clay, so she pressed herself back in harder. They said you were never here, so she wrote her name into a poem that would outlast every one of them. They took her temple. They could not take the sentence I Enheduanna, and that sentence has now survived for more than 4,000 years, copied and recopied, carried across the ruin of empires, all the way down into the dark room where you are lying right now, listening to me say it. The wall of silence, she did not climb over it, and she did not smash it down. She wrote her way straight through it. And the story tells us she was restored. Brought back to her office, back to her temple, the usurper cast down in his turn. She won, but that, honestly, is almost the smaller victory. Because kings win and lose their thrones every day, and the sand covers all of them. Her real victory was quieter and far more permanent. She had made herself unerasable. She had reached across 4,000 years and made sure that you and I, tonight, would know her name. So here is the thing she understood, that somewhere along the way we forgot. Being silenced is not the same as being erased. Being unseen is not the same as being gone. There is a feeling. And I think you know it, or you would not be here. Of slowly going invisible. Of doing the work, holding the whole thing together with your two hands, and watching the credit and the notice drift somewhere else. Of getting older and sensing the world begin, very gently, to write over you, as if the story had decided to be about someone newer now. It is a lonely feeling. It can make you want to go quiet, to fold yourself up small and let the smoothing over happen. Because what would be the point of fighting it? Enheduanna is the 4,000-year-old answer to that feeling. She stood at the very bottom of it, actually cast out, actually stripped of everything. An old woman in the thorns whom the powerful had all agreed to forget. And she did not go quiet. She pressed her name into the clay one more time and said, "I was here, and you will not take that from me. Your voice is not erased by being silenced. It sits there, still yours, waiting the whole time. And the wall of other people's forgetting. It is nowhere near as solid as it looks. A single true sentence, said plainly in your own name, can pass straight through it and go on being true long after the wall has crumbled into sand. She was the first to prove it. She would be very far from the last." Enheduanna was cast out for who she was. The next man was cast out for what he had done, and what he had done could not be undone. High in the mountains of Tibet, nearly 1,000 years ago, there is a boy watching his whole world be taken from him. His father is newly dead. And in that time and place, when a man died, his family gathered to protect his widow and his children until the son came of age. That was the way of it. That was the promise. So the boy's aunt and uncle stepped in, as custom demanded, and then, quietly, they simply kept everything. The fields, the house, the animals, the stores of grain his father had spent a lifetime building. The boy and his mother and his little sister, who should have inherited all of it, were turned instead into servants in their own home. Made to work the land that was rightfully theirs. Fed scraps. Dressed in rags. Insulted at the well by the very relatives who were supposed to guard them. Every single day, they watched other people live the life that had been stolen out from under them. You know something of this feeling, even if the shape of your life looks nothing like a Tibetan village 1,000 years ago. The feeling of being wronged and being small and being unable to do a single thing about it. Of watching someone who cheated you prosper, while you swallow it and go back to work. It is one of the oldest and most corrosive aches there is, and it does something to a person over time. It curdles. What starts as grief, if it is fed insult after insult, year after year, hardens slowly into something that wants only one thing in the whole world. It wants to make them hurt the way you hurt. Now, this is where I have to stop and tell you something, the way you'd want to be told. The story I am about to tell you comes down to us from a book written long after Milarepa lived, a few hundred years after, by a wandering yogi named Tsangnyön Heruka. It is the story the tradition tells. Parts of it are surely polished, the way a stone gets polished by being passed hand to hand down the centuries. But the tradition holds it close and holds it true, and so will we. And in that story, it is the mother who breaks first. You can understand it, even if you flinch at it. Year after year of humiliation had turned her grief into something harder. She looked at her gentle son, and she did not see a boy who needed protecting. She saw a weapon, and she sent him away to learn the one trade she believed could pay back everything that had been done to them. She sent him to learn black magic, sorcery, the dark arts of curses and killing. She told him not to come home until he had made their enemies suffer. She staked her son's whole soul on her own rage, and she called it justice. She handed a grieving boy a curse, and told him it was the only inheritance he had left. And the terrible thing, the thing that sets everything else in motion, is that he was good at it. He found his teachers, he gave himself over to the study, and by the tradition's account, the young man learned to do exactly what his mother had asked. The moment came at a wedding feast, in the house of the very aunt and uncle who had ruined them. The great hall was packed. Family, neighbors, the whole prosperous clan gathered under one roof to eat and drink and celebrate. All the people who had looked away while a widow and her children starved. And Milarepa brought the roof down on them. I'm going to leave the moment itself off in the shadows, where it belongs. But when the dust settled, the house was rubble, and the tradition gives us the number, 35 people dead. And here is the cruel little twist in it. The part that tells you the whole story really is about something deeper than revenge. The two people he actually wanted, the aunt and the uncle, the architects of all that misery, they lived. They survived to stand in the ruin and grieve everyone else. He got his terrible power. He aimed it at the two who deserved it most, and the two who deserved it most walked away. You wanted revenge, the universe seemed to say. Here, have all of it and then some. Have far more than you asked for. That is the thing nobody warns you about a wish like that. It does not come out neat. Milarepa, it seemed, had gotten his justice. And then his mother, still not satisfied, still burning, sent word that the village was celebrating, that the neighbors were glad to see the family brought low. So he called down a great hailstorm and beat their crops flat into the mud. There. Now it was done. Now the debt was paid in full. Except except that a strange and awful thing was happening inside him, in the quiet after. The rage that had carried him all those years, it drained away, and it left nothing behind but the wreckage and the faces. He had wanted, more than anything, to live inside his revenge, to finally feel whole. And he found that he could not live inside it at all. It was not a home. It was a grave he had dug for himself, and now he had to lie down in it. This is the thing nobody tells you about getting even. We imagine it as an ending, the account settled, the scales level, a clean line drawn under the whole miserable story. And it is never that, because the wrong done to him did not vanish when he struck back. It just multiplied. Where before there had been one grieving family, his, now there were dozens. The neighbors at that feast had done nothing to him. Their children had done nothing to him. He had taken his own private wound and stamped it into 35 other lives, and the pain he had wanted so badly to hand back to the world. The world now had more of, not less. He had not closed the wound. He had opened it up as wide as it would go. And he understood that now, in the silence, with a completeness that no one had ever taught him. The revenge his mother had promised would make them whole had, instead, damned them all. His victory tasted exactly like a defeat, because that is what it was. He had done the worst thing a person can do. And unlike everything else he had ever wanted, this could not be given back, or undone, or wished away. 35 people. It was carved into the world now, permanent, like a name pressed into clay that had gone hard as stone. He had spent his youth learning how to destroy. Now he had one desperate, consuming need. He needed to learn how to be forgiven, and he had absolutely no idea if such a thing was even possible. He went looking for a way out, and eventually, half dead with the weight of what he'd done, he found the man who would either save him or break him. A teacher named Marpa. Marpa was a great master, a translator, a holder of deep and sacred teachings, the kind of man Milarepa had crossed the country to find. So Milarepa fell at his feet and begged, "Give me the teachings. Show me the way to purify what I've done. I will do anything, anything at all." And Marpa looked at this trembling, desperate murderer and said, "No, no teachings, not yet. First," he said, "I need you to build me a tower." So Milarepa built it. Alone. He hauled the stones up the hillside on his own back, one after another, and he laid them course by course until the tower stood. Exhausted, filthy, proud, he came to Marpa and said, "It's done. Now will you teach me?" And Marpa walked out, looked at the finished tower, and told him he'd built it in the wrong place. Tear it down. Carry every stone back to exactly where you found it, and then build it again, somewhere else. So Milarepa tore it down, carried every stone back, built it again. And Marpa rejected that one too, and the next. Round and round it went. Build, demolish, haul the stones back, build again. 3 times 4. The tradition loses exact count, which feels about right, because that is what it is like to be inside something that will not end. Each time, Marpa found a new reason. Each time, he sent Milarepa away with nothing. No teaching, no comfort, sometimes mocking him, sometimes shouting, sometimes just turning his back and leaving him weeping in the dirt with his hands full of stone. And it was worse than just the work, because all around him other students were being taught. Milarepa would watch them go in to receive the sacred initiations he was starving for, the very reason he had come. And every time he crept close, hoping this would finally be his turn, Marpa would find him out and roar at him and drive him back to the hillside, to the stones. Once, we are told, Marpa's own wife took pity on the poor young man and tried to help him cheat his way into a teaching, forging a letter to another master. It didn't work. Nothing worked. There was no shortcut, no side door, no kind soul who could smuggle him past what he had to go through. There was only the tower and the taking down of the tower, and his own 2 ruined hands. He grew so desperate that more than once he packed his few things and left, certain now that he had thrown his life away on a madman. And each time, something turned him around and brought him back, some last thread of a feeling that said, "Stay. There is something here you cannot yet see." Now, put yourself there. Put yourself in the mind of a man drowning in guilt, who has finally found the one person who might be able to save him. And that person is making him build and unbuild a wall of rock like some cruel joke, while the days and the months bleed away. Why? Why would a holy man torture the one person on earth who came to him begging to be saved? It looks like cruelty. It looks like a powerful man toying with a broken one. Milarepa certainly thought so. More than once he nearly gave up. More than once he decided this old man was mad or heartless, and that there was no salvation here at all. Only stone and more stone, and the endless ruin of his own 2 hands. He could not see the shape of what was happening to him. It did not look like kindness. It was. Because the tower was never really about the tower. Look at what those years of hauling stone actually did to him. His body broke down under it. The tradition dwells on one detail, and it is a hard one. A great open sore opened up on his back, rubbed raw and bleeding from the endless dragging of the rocks, until the flesh was worn down and would not heal. Sit with that image, because it is the whole secret of the chapter. A man carrying an unbearable weight up a mountain, over and over, until it literally wears a wound into his back that he cannot close. Do you see it now? Do you see what Marpa was doing? Milarepa came to him carrying something. Not stones, the memory of 35 people. He came believing that forgiveness was a teaching you could receive, a secret word, a ritual, something you could be handed and then simply have. He thought he could think his way out of his guilt, learn his way out, get the right instruction and be clean. And Marpa knew better. Marpa understood something we have almost entirely lost. He understood that the worst weights we carry cannot be lifted off us by someone else. They cannot be explained away, or forgiven in an afternoon, or reasoned into nothing. They have to be carried. Carried until the carrying changes you. Carried until the very thing that was destroying you has, through some slow and painful alchemy, worn you down to something humble and patient and open and new. There is a reason Marpa refused to just hand it over. Imagine if he had. Imagine Milarepa arriving, confessing his crime, and Marpa saying, "There, there, you are forgiven. Here are your teachings. Go in peace." It would have been kindness, and it would have been useless. A man who has killed 35 people cannot be made whole by a warm word. He would have carried that untouched weight straight up the mountain with him, and it would have crushed him in his cave. He did not need to be told he was forgiven. He needed to become the kind of man who could hold what he had done and still stand up under it. And there is no sentence in any language that can do that for you. Only the years can. Only the weight can. Only the long, stubborn, unglamorous labor of bearing the thing all the way to the bottom, where it finally stops being able to destroy you, because you have already carried it there and back, and you are somehow, impossibly, still walking. That is what the tower was. It was Marpa buying his student the one thing that cannot be given, the slow transformation that only suffering born on purpose and all the way through can bring. The labor was the purification. The stones were the sin, lifted and set down 10,000 times until the weight moved out of his heart and into his shoulders and out through the wound in his back and at last into the ground. And when it was finally truly done, when Milarepa was hollowed out and broken open and had nothing left of the proud, vengeful boy he'd been, Marpa wept and embraced him and told him the truth. There was never any cruelty in it. Every stone, every demolished tower, every night sent away in tears had been a gift. Marpa had been carrying Milarepa's guilt out of him the only way it could ever go. The long way, the hard way, on his back. You cannot think your way out of what you have done, nightlings. You carry it. And if you carry it honestly all the way to the bottom, it does not stay a stone forever. What came out the other side was not the boy the mountains had cast down. Milarepa went up into the high, cold places of Tibet to practice what he had earned. He owned nothing. He wore almost nothing. A single thin cloth of white cotton, even through the killing winters, which is how he got his name, Milarepa, the cotton-clad Mila. He lived in caves. The stories say he ate so little and so many wild nettles that his skin turned a faint green. And out of that emptiness, out of that stripped down and forgiven life, something started to pour out of him. Songs. Hundreds of them. Thousands, the tradition says. The 100,000 songs of Milarepa. Not laments. Not the grief you would expect from a man who had done what he had done. They are luminous. Spontaneous poems of the mountain and the sky and the deep peace he had finally, impossibly found. He did not write them down and polish them. He simply opened his mouth out there in the snow and the silence. And they came to the hunters who stumbled on his cave, to the students who climbed up to find him, to the demons of his own doubt. When they came calling in the long nights, he sang to whoever was in front of him about whatever was true in that moment. And the songs were so alive that people memorized them and carried them down the mountains and passed them along for 1,000 years. The murderer became the singer. The man who once brought a roof down on 35 heads became the most beloved poet saint in the whole history of his people, a figure Tibetans still love, the way you might love a grandfather. Still quote, still weep over, 1,000 years on, not in spite of where he started, because of it. His people never sanded off the ugly beginning. They kept it, all of it, the theft, the rage, the 35, the mother's terrible errand, because the beginning is what makes the ending mean anything at all. And this is the thing he understood, that we have worked so hard to forget. The worst thing you have ever done is not the last word on who you are. We do not believe that anymore, not really. We have built a whole world on the opposite idea. A world with a very long memory and a very short mercy, where the worst hour of your life can be pulled up and pinned to you forever, where people are their mistake and nothing else, permanently, no door out. And so we carry our own private guilt, the thing we said, the person we failed, the year we'd give anything to live over, believing it is a wall, a dead end, a verdict already passed, with no appeal. Milarepa's wall was his own past, the most solid wall there is, because you cannot go back and change one stone of it. He could not unkill a single soul. That door was closed forever, so he did the only thing left. He didn't deny the wall, and he didn't pretend to climb over it. He picked it up. He carried it up the mountain on his back, every last stone of it for years, until the weight itself wore away through, until the wall he could never undo became, of all things, the very door he walked out of. His guilt did not disappear. It became the road. The worst thing he ever did became the reason 1,000 years of tired, guilty, ordinary people have looked at his life and thought, then maybe there's a way back for me too. Redemption, he learned, is not a feeling that arrives. It is a weight you agree to carry, all the way to the far side. Milarepa's cage was the past, forced on him by others. The man we sit with next was caged too, but he built the walls himself, and he built them, of all things, out of success. Now, I promised you we would come back to him. The man in the great hall in Baghdad, the one whose voice simply stopped. It is time you knew his name. He was called Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, and in the year 1095 there was arguably no more celebrated mind anywhere in the world. Let me tell you how far he had climbed, so you understand what it was that broke. He was born in a modest town called Tus in Persia, not to wealth, not to power. An orphan boy, more or less, raised on the charity of others. And he had a mind like a blade. He studied, and he rose, and he studied more, and he rose further, until he was noticed by the most powerful men in the empire and lifted up to the single highest seat a scholar could occupy, the head of the Nizamiya, the great University of Baghdad, the intellectual capital of the entire Islamic world. He was barely into his 30s. Around him sat hundreds of the brightest students of the age, hanging on his words. Rulers sought his opinion. His writings traveled from city to city. They gave him a title that tells you everything: Hujjat al-Islam, the proof of Islam. Not a proof. The proof. Imagine being handed a name like that in your own lifetime. And understand what that chair actually was. The Nizamiya was not just a school. It was the beating heart of learning for a civilization that, in that century, held more of the world's knowledge than anywhere on earth. A place funded by the empire's most powerful minister, precisely to shape the thinking of the age. To be given its highest seat, and given it young, was to be told, by the whole weight of your world, that you were the finest of your entire generation. Scholars twice his age had spent their whole lives hoping for a fraction of what had landed in his lap before he had a gray hair on his head. He had done it. Everything. Every box a life is supposed to tick, he had ticked, and ticked early, and ticked better than anyone. Money, standing, fame, the respect of the powerful, and the adoration of the young. If you had drawn up a list, as a boy, of everything you could possibly want a life to become, his life was that list, made real, and then some. So, here is the question underneath all of it. He had won. He had genuinely, completely won. So, why did winning feel like this? Because somewhere in the middle of all that success, a quiet, corrosive thought had begun to work on him. And he was too honest a man to look away from it. There had been an earlier tremor, years before, that should have warned him. He had gone looking, with that blade of a mind, for something absolutely certain, some piece of knowledge he could stand on that could never, ever be doubted. And the more fiercely he searched, the more everything crumbled under him. He found he could doubt his own senses. Eyes deceive, after all. Then, he found he could doubt even reason itself, the very tool he was doubting with. And for a time, he tells us this plainly, he fell into a kind of sickness of the mind, where nothing at all felt solid, where the whole floor of the world seemed to dissolve, and he could prove nothing, and knew nothing for sure, and it nearly unmade him. He, the great certain teacher, the proof of Islam, secretly did not feel certain of anything at all. He had built a towering reputation on knowing, and underneath it, in the dark, he was quietly drowning in doubt. And then there was the other thing, the one that finished him. He noticed why he was really doing all of it. The lectures, the books, the brilliant arguments that left rivals speechless. He was not doing them for God, or for truth, or even for the students. He was doing them to be seen doing them. For the applause. For the title. For the sweet, addictive feeling of being the most admired man in the room. His whole magnificent life, he realized, had quietly become a performance, and the audience was the only thing holding it up. Once you see a thing like that about yourself, you cannot unsee it. It sat there in him, growing, souring everything. And still, every day, he got up and climbed the steps and performed. Because what else do you do? The whole world is built on top of you, keeping going. And then, his body did the thing his mind would not let him do. It refused. You remember the scene. He rose to lecture, and his voice was gone. Not hoarse. Gone, locked away behind something he could not reach. And it did not stop there. He tells us this himself, in his own words, in a little book he wrote years later, so we are not guessing. He lost his appetite. He could not swallow his food. He could barely take water. His body wasted. He grew weak and frail. And the physicians came, the finest in Baghdad, and they looked and looked and found nothing. No fever. No blockage. No disease they had a name for. At last they said, the only honest thing left to say, this is not a sickness of the body. It is a sickness of the heart. Ho! And there is no medicine in our bags for that. Sit with what was actually happening. This was not a man falling ill. This was a man whose deepest self had finally staged a mutiny that the rest of him kept voting down. He knew, somewhere below thought, that the life he was performing was hollow, and when he would not act on that knowing, his own body took the decision out of his hands. It shut his mouth. It said, plainly, in the only language left to it, you will not stand up and perform this lie one more time. I will not let you. The lost voice was not the problem, nightlings. The lost voice was the truth. It was the one honest thing about him, breaking through at last, saying out loud what his proud mind had refused to hear. It took him about 6 months of that, 6 months of a great and famous man, unable to eat, unable to teach, unable to explain to anyone what was wrong, before he understood there was only one way out. He had to leave. Not rest. Not take a sabbatical. Leave. Walk away from the whole edifice. The chair, the salary, the title, the students, the fame, the entire life he had spent his whole existence building toward. Now, you do not just do that. A man in his position, vanishing. It would be a scandal. It would be talked about in every court and every classroom. People would say he had lost his mind, or fallen into sin, or been driven out in disgrace. Everything he had, his good name most of all, depended on him staying exactly where he was. So he did it quietly, and a little bit by a trick. He let it be known that he was going on pilgrimage to Mecca, a perfectly respectable thing for a devout man to do. That was the story. But privately, he knew he was not coming back to any of it. He made arrangements for his family, set aside enough for them to live on, gave away the rest of his wealth, and walked out of the biggest life in the intellectual world with almost nothing. And the pull to stay must have been enormous. This is the part we don't talk about enough. It is not that he didn't know how to leave. Anyone can walk out a door. It is that every single force in his life was leaning on him to stay. The students who needed him. The patrons who had lifted him up and would feel betrayed. The family whose comfort rested on his position. His own long habit of being important, which is perhaps the hardest habit of all to break, because it feels so much like simply being yourself. To leave, he had to disappoint all of them at once, and worse, he had to become, in the eyes of everyone whose opinion had defined him, a man who had failed, or gone strange, or thrown it all away. He had to trade being admired for being pitied. For a man who had lived his whole life on admiration, that was very nearly like agreeing to die. Think of what that took. Not courage in the face of a sword, a quieter, stranger kind of courage. The courage to disappoint every single person's idea of you. To let them think whatever they were going to think. To set down the one thing you had spent your life earning, the admiration of others, and pick up, in its place, their confusion and their pity and their gossip, and walk out the door anyway, toward you did not even fully know what. Everyone he knew was, at that moment, watching a man throw his life away. He knew it was the first true thing he had done in years. And then, silence. The good kind, this time. For roughly 11 years, the proof of Islam, the man kings wrote to, was no one at all. He wandered. Damascus. Jerusalem. On to Mecca and Medina, the pilgrimage he had used as his cover, now become his actual life. And in these places, the tradition tells us, he made himself, deliberately, radically small. In Damascus, he is said to have withdrawn into the great mosque, climbing up into a corner of the minaret, shutting the door, and simply being alone, this man, who had been unable to walk down a street without being recognized, now a nobody, in a tower, praying, thinking, sweeping out the rooms of his own soul. Picture the whiplash of it. Not so long ago, the largest lecture hall in the world had gone quiet when he entered. Now he sat in the corner of a mosque, unknown, unimportant, one more poor traveler in a worn cloak among thousands. No one asked his opinion. No one wrote down his words. No title. No audience. Nothing to perform, and no one to perform it for. And notice what he was actually doing with those years, because it is the whole point. He was not sightseeing. He was not resting up to come back stronger. He was doing the slow, unglamorous, invisible work of becoming a person again underneath the reputation. The work almost none of us ever make time for, because the performance never stops long enough to let us. He fasted. He prayed in the dark, with no one counting. He turned the searchlight of that great mind, for the first time, not outward at rivals to be beaten and audiences to be won, but inward, at himself, at the tangle of pride and fear and hunger for praise that had run his whole life from behind a curtain. And, little by little, in the corner of that mosque, the certainty he could never argue his way to began to arrive on its own, not as a proof he had won, but as a quiet light, he said, that God simply cast into his chest. Not a conclusion. A gift, received only once he had finally gone quiet enough to notice it. And here is the thing he discovered in all that emptiness. It was not a punishment. It was a relief so deep it must have frightened him. For the first time since he was a boy, he was not the proof of anything. He was just a man standing before God, with no audience in between. He had traded the biggest room in the world for the smallest, a corner, a cell, a tower, and in that smallness he could finally breathe. He set about rebuilding his faith from the very foundation, not as something he taught for applause, but as something he actually lived, in private, where no one was watching, and there was no reason to fake it. He had spent his whole life afraid, underneath everything, of becoming nobody. And now he was nobody. And it turned out that nobody was exactly who he had needed to become. When he finally came back to the world, and he did come back, years later, to teach again, though never in quite the same hungry way, he was not the same man who had lost his voice. And he sat down and wrote. He wrote a small, astonishing book about the whole ordeal, one of the first true spiritual autobiographies we have, and he called it Al-Munkid min al-Dalal, Deliverance from Error. In it, he tells you all of this himself, the hollow success, the locked tongue, the walking away, the years of nothing, with a plainness that still reaches across 1,000 years and takes you by the collar. And he wrote a vast, deep work called The Revival of the Religious Sciences, the Ihya, trying to breathe the life back into a faith he felt had become, in his hands and in everyone's, a dead performance. To make it real again. To revive it. Deliverance. Revival. Look at the words the man chose. These are not the words of someone describing a career move. These are the words of someone describing an escape from a burning building he had, until recently, called home. Because that was his wall. Not stone, not bars, nothing you could see. Al-Ghazali's wall was the beautiful, gilded life he had spent every year of his youth building, the success itself. The higher he had climbed, the taller the wall had grown, until it enclosed him completely, a magnificent cage, with a view of everything he had ever wanted, and no air to breathe inside it. And the door out of that cage was the one move nobody around him could understand. He gave it away. He walked through the wall of his own success by refusing, at last, to be its prisoner. The very thing everyone told him to protect was the very thing he had to set down to get free. There is something else worth saying about that wall, and it is the part that makes his story more than the tale of one tired, successful man. Remember the doubt, the young man who could not find one solid thing to stand on, who nearly came apart searching for certainty. That was a wall too, the twin of the other one. He had wanted to be sure, absolutely sure, of everything, to conquer knowledge the way his patrons had conquered provinces, to own the truth and never be shaken. And that grasping after certainty was its own kind of cage, just as the grasping after status was. He got free of both in the same motion. When he finally stopped needing to be the greatest, he also stopped needing to be certain, and only then, with his hands finally open, did a quiet and unforced peace come to sit in them. He had been clutching so hard, at status and at certainty both, that there had been no room in his grip for the very thing he was reaching for. And this is what he understood, that so many of us have forgotten in our own climbing. You can do everything right and feel nothing. You can build the whole life, tick every box, earn every good opinion, and wake up one morning inside it and find it is a beautiful room with no way to breathe. Success is not the same thing as a life. And sometimes the collapse you are most afraid of, the loss of the very thing you have staked yourself on, is not the disaster. Sometimes it is the door. Sometimes the kindest thing your own tired heart can do is refuse, at last, to keep performing a life you no longer believe in. Al-Ghazali had years to feel his cage close, and years to find his slow way out of it. But not everyone gets years. Some people meet the end of everything all at once, in a stone cell, with a soldier at the door and a child on the other side of the bars, and are given only a few days to decide who they are going to be. In the north of Africa, almost 900 years before Al-Ghazali was ever born, a young mother was handed exactly that. Carthage, the north coast of Africa. The year 203. Down beneath the city, in the dark, there is a young woman in a prison cell, and she is writing. She is perhaps 22. Well-born, well-educated, married, and, this is the part that will break your heart before we are through, she has a baby. A son, still nursing, still needing her body to live. Her name is Vibia Perpetua, and she has been arrested for the crime of being a Christian, in an empire that has just made that crime punishable by death. And in the cell, with a scrap of writing material, she does something almost unbearably human. She keeps a diary. I need you to understand how rare this is. Nearly everything we know about the ancient world comes to us through the hands of men, writing about other men, telling us what women felt from the outside. But not this. This is a young woman, in her own words, in her own hand, telling us from inside the worst days of her life exactly what it is to be afraid, to love a child, and to refuse to save yourself. It is one of the very oldest voices of a woman that we possess anywhere. And it is a countdown to her own death, written by the person doing the dying. She does not pretend to be brave. That is the first thing you notice. When they first put her in the dungeon, she writes plainly that she was terrified. She had never been in such darkness. The heat was crushing, the soldiers rough, and above all, she was sick with worry for her baby. This is not a marble saint. This is a frightened young mother in a hole in the ground. And then there is a line in that diary that I cannot read without stopping. After a while, they allow the baby to stay with her, there in the prison, to nurse. And she writes, this woman, awaiting execution, in a dark cell, with her infant at her breast, that her prison suddenly became a palace to her, and that she would rather be there than anywhere else. Think of that. Not freedom, not safety, not her father's comfortable house. She wanted only to be exactly where she was, because her child was in her arms. There is the whole heart of the thing in one sentence. She was not a woman who did not love her life. She loved it fiercely, down to its smallest warmth. That is what makes everything she does next so hard and so luminous. And then her father comes. He comes again and again because he loves her and because he is desperate, and he tries every argument a father has to make his child recant. Just say the words, just deny it, and you can come home and live. And in the middle of one of these visits, she does something so quiet and so immovable, it has echoed for 1800 years. She points to a small clay jug lying on the ground, a water pot. And she asks him, "Father, that vessel there, could you call it by any other name than what it is?" He says, "Of course not." And she says, "Neither can I call myself anything other than what I am." That was all. A jug is a jug, and I am what I am. She had, in one gentle sentence, closed and locked a door that everyone in her life was frantically trying to force open. Now, I want to slow down here, because it would be easy to make her father the villain of this story, and he is not. He is the hardest part of it. Picture him, an old man, a pagan who does not share his daughter's faith and does not understand it, watching the child he raised walk calmly toward the beasts over something he cannot even see. He is not cruel. He is drowning. He comes to that cell and he pleads with her, not with the cold logic of the state, but with everything a father has. He reminds her of how he loved her more than her brothers. He reminds her of her mother, of her family's shame, of what her death will do to all of them. And then he plays the one card no one can defend against. He brings up the baby. "Think of your son," he says. "He will not survive without you. Do you want him to grow up with no mother, remembered only as the child of a criminal?" He falls down before her. He kisses her hands. This proud old man gets on the ground and begs his own daughter for her life. And here is what makes Perpetua extraordinary, and it is not what you might expect. She does not win the argument by hardening her heart. She does not stop loving him. She writes that his grief tore at her, that she was in anguish for him, that she pitied him in his unhappy old age. She feels every ounce of the pull. The hardest voice in the world to refuse is not the voice of an enemy. It is the voice of someone who loves you, asking you, out of love, to be a little less than who you are. She feels all of it, and she still does not yield. Because there is a difference, and she understood it perfectly, this 22-year-old, between hardness and steadiness. Hardness is when you stop feeling the pull so it can't hurt you. Steadiness is when you feel the whole terrible weight of it, and you love them completely, and you still do not move. She stayed soft, and she stayed rooted, both at once. That is a far, far harder thing than simply not caring. Anyone can be brave by going numb. She was brave, with her heart wide open. The day came, as it was always going to come. They took the baby from her. In the diary, she notes something that must have felt like a small, strange mercy in all of it, that once the child was gone, her body did not ache for him the way a nursing mother's does. It was as if she was being quietly released, thread by thread, from every tie that bound her to staying alive. And with that last tie cut, there was nothing left to do but walk the rest of the way. To steady herself, she held onto a vision she'd been given in that cell, and she wrote it down too. She saw a ladder, a narrow bronze ladder reaching all the way up to heaven, and it was a terrible thing, because fixed to its sides were swords and hooks and blades, so that a careless climber would be torn. And at the very foot of it coiled an enormous serpent. But in the vision she was not torn, and she was not stopped. She set her foot on the serpent's head, as though it were the first rung, and she climbed, up past all the blades, into a wide green garden full of light. Do you see what her own mind had made for her? A picture of exactly what she was about to do. The way up is guarded by every sharp and frightening thing. The fear itself lies coiled at the very bottom, right where your foot must go first. And you step on it anyway, and you climb. I will not take you into the arena. History records what happened there, and it was cruel, as those days were cruel, and we will leave the cruelty off in the shadows where it belongs, and keep our eyes, as the earliest tellers did, on her. Because what they remembered was not the horror. What they remembered was her composure, that she walked in with a steady face, that she gathered the others around her and steadied them, that, at the very end, when the hand that was meant to end her life trembled and faltered, it was Perpetua, the frightened girl from the dungeon, who reached out and guided it, calm to the last. Her own diary stops before this. Her hand could carry us only up to the edge. Someone who was there had to write the final part, because she had walked out past the place where the pen could follow. And this was her wall. The plainest, oldest, most universal wall there is, the fear of the end itself. Not a wall of stone or of status, but the wall every single one of us will one day stand in front of. She did not pretend it wasn't there. She wrote down, in her own trembling hand, exactly how afraid she was. And then she set her foot on the fear, as if it were the first rung, and she climbed straight over it, leaving behind, in her own words, the proof that it can be done. Here is what she understood, that we have half forgotten, in an age that would rather she had just said the words and gone home. Courage was never the absence of fear. The brave are not the people who feel nothing. Courage is being that afraid, writing it down, even so no one can pretend you weren't, and loving the people begging you to turn back, and walking forward anyway, because there is something in you that you will not call by another name. Perpetua's whole ordeal was forced upon her. She chose only how to meet it. But there is another kind of person entirely, the one whom nobody is threatening, whom the world is actually rewarding, who has every reason to stay exactly where they are, and who looks at the comfortable golden life laid out in front of them, and quietly decides to give it all away. Let me take you now to Japan, nearly 900 years ago, to a young man standing guard outside a palace in the spring. His name is Sato Norikyo. He is in his early 20s, and by every measure his world knows He has it made. He comes from a proud warrior family. He serves in the Northern Guard, the elite corps that protects a retired emperor himself, which means he stands close to the very center of power in the land. He is strong, he is skilled, with a bow and a blade, he is admired. He has a wife. He has a little daughter. He has a salary, a title, a future stretching out smooth and bright in front of him. He is, in the language of his age, exactly what a young man is supposed to want to be. And picture where he stands. The Heian court is one of the most exquisitely beautiful worlds human beings have ever built. All silk robes and moonlit gardens and poetry competitions, cherry trees, dropping their blossoms over lacquered walkways. He is surrounded every single day by loveliness, by success, by everything. And something in him is quietly starving to death. You cannot see it. No one around him can see it. From the outside, his life is a painting you would want to step into. But inside, standing his post among all that perfect beauty, he feels a hollowness he cannot explain and cannot shake. The sense that he is playing a part in a splendid performance that has nothing at all to do with the deepest thing in him. That he could stand this post for 40 more years, be promoted, be honored, grow old and respected and rich, and reach the end never once, having lived the life that was actually his. There is no word, in his time or ours, that quite captures it. The ache of a life that looks like a triumph from the outside and feels like a cage from the inside. But he felt it. And unlike almost everyone who has ever felt it, he was about to do something about it. In the year 1140, at the age of 22, Sato Norikyo walked away from all of it. He resigned his post. He left the court, the salary, the status, the whole gleaming future. He shaved his head and took Buddhist vows and a new name, Eni, setting down Sato Norikyo, the way you might set down a heavy pack at the end of a long road. And he left his family. His wife, in time, would shave her own head and become a nun herself. But at the moment he went, he left them. Nobody quite knows why. That is the honest truth of it, and I think it matters that we say so. The old stories offer their guesses that a close friend had died suddenly and cracked the world open for him, that he had loved a woman he could never have and could no longer bear the court that held her. Maybe it was all of it, or none of it, or simply the slow, unbearable weight of that hollowness finally coming due. We don't know. Sometimes, the deepest reason a person changes their whole life is something they could never fully explain, even to themselves. But there is one story they tell about the leaving, and it is hard, and I won't soften it, because it tells you what this cost. They say that as he made to go, his little daughter ran to him and caught the hem of his robe, crying, clinging, begging him not to leave. And he stepped over the veranda's edge and went anyway, put the child gently, or not so gently, from him, and walked out into his new life while she wept behind him. Now, we can flinch at that. We should, but hold it next to the truth underneath it. To walk away from a golden life is not clean, and it is not painless, and it does not make you a hero to everyone you leave behind. It tears. It costs people who did nothing to deserve the cost. The stories keep that detail, I think, precisely so that we never imagine his choice was easy, or free, or simple. He did not float serenely out of his old life. He tore himself out of it, with a child's hands still reaching for him. What in the world could be worth a wound like that? Here is what it bought him. It bought him the rest of his life. For roughly 50 years, Enni, whom the world would come to know by his pen name Saigyo, walked. He wandered the length of Japan on foot, sleeping in mountain huts and under the open sky, going where the seasons and his own heart took him. Mount Koya, the cherry groves of Yoshino, the far, wild north of the country, long before any road made it safe. He had traded the palace for the whole of the natural world, and he never looked back. And out of that wandering came poetry, some of the most beloved poetry in the entire Japanese tradition. Quiet, aching, luminous little poems about cherry blossoms falling, about the moon over an empty field, about the loneliness of a traveler and the strange fullness inside that loneliness. He wrote of wishing to die in spring, beneath the blossoms, under a full moon, and, the tradition marvels, he did die in early spring, close to that very wish. Centuries later, a poet named Basho would follow Saigyo's wandering footsteps north out of sheer love, and write his own masterpiece in the master's shadow. The guardsman who walked away had become one of the immortal voices of his people. And here is what I want you to notice about that freedom, because it was not the easy kind. He did not walk out of the palace into comfort. He walked into cold nights and empty roads, into hunger, into a loneliness so complete it sits right there in the poems, aching. By every measure his old world understood, he had traded up for nothing, thrown away security for a life of sleeping on the ground. But read the poems, and you feel a man who is, for the first time, entirely awake. Present to the blossom, actually in front of him. Alive to the actual moon, on the actual night, instead of admiring a painted one from behind a palace wall. He had less of everything, and infinitely more of the one thing that turned out to matter, his own real, unperformed life, lived at last in the open air. Now, while we are here, wandering with him under the blossoms, let me ask you something small and gentle. Is there someone from history you find yourself thinking about? A person, or a place, or a corner of the past that has always quietly pulled at you? Someone you would love to sit with in the dark some night and hear the real story of? If there is, leave their name for me in the comments. A figure you already love, or one you only half remember and can't quite place. I read them, all of them, and many a night story has begun as nothing more than a single name. Someone left me here in the quiet. Tell me who you'd like to meet. Then, come on back and let's finish this one. Because here is what Saigyo understood, that our own striving age has worked so hard to forget. The golden handcuffs are still handcuffs. A cage does not stop being a cage because it is beautiful or comfortable or the envy of everyone you know. That was his wall, not a wall of stone or of fear, but the soft, gilded, wonderful life that had quietly closed around him until he could not breathe inside it. And everyone he knew told him he was mad to touch it. The wall looked, to them, exactly like a reward. That is the cruelest kind of wall there is, the kind the whole world congratulates you for living behind. He is the answer to the oldest, quietest question a comfortable life can ask you. What is a fine salary and a good title and a smooth future actually worth, if it is not, in the end, the life you were meant to live? And he answered it not with words, but with his own 2 feet, walking out the door. Saigyo gave up his whole visible self, his rank, his name, his place in the world, to go and find the invisible one underneath. Which brings us, strangely enough, to a man on the other side of the world, 1,000 years earlier, who was fighting the very same battle from the opposite end. Saigyo gave up who the world saw him to be. This one would not even let the world make a picture of him at all. Rome, in the 3rd century after Christ. A great philosopher is sitting among his students, and one of them has just made what seems like the most harmless request in the world. "We admire you," the student says. "We want to remember you. Let us bring in a painter and have your portrait made, so that after you are gone, there will still be an image of you for those who come after." And the philosopher, a man named Plotinus, one of the most influential minds the ancient world ever produced, looks at his student and refuses. Flatly. And the reason he gives is so strange, and so far ahead of its time, that it has stayed with me for years. He says, more or less, "Is it not enough that I already have to carry around this image that nature has wrapped me in? This body, this face, must I really agree to leave behind an image of the image? An image of the image." Sit with that phrase a moment. To Plotinus, his own body was already just a copy, a rough outer shell standing in for the real, invisible thing that he actually was. His face wasn't him. It was a picture of him, and not a very good one. And a painting of his face? That would only be a picture of a picture. A copy of a copy. 2 whole steps removed from anything true. And this was not some crank on the fringe of things. Plotinus was one of the towering intellects of the late ancient world, the founder of what we now call Neoplatonism, a stream of thought so deep it would go on to shape Christian and Islamic and Jewish mysticism for more than 1,000 years after him. Students crossed the empire to sit with him. One of them, his devoted student Porphyry, gathered up his teachers' scattered writings and arranged them into the great work we still read today, the Enneads. This was a serious man, at the height of a serious reputation. The kind of man any city would have been glad to carve in marble and set up in a public square. And it went further than the portrait. Porphyry, that same student who later wrote his life story, tells us that Plotinus seemed genuinely ashamed of being in a body at all, and that he could never be persuaded to talk about the ordinary outer facts of himself. He would not say what day he was born, He would not name his birthplace. He would not discuss his family or his ancestry. All the things we lead with, where you're from, how old you are, who your people are, he brushed aside as beside the point, as if to say, none of that is me. Why would you want to write it down? Now stop and think about the world you and I actually live in. An entire civilization organized around the outer likeness, around the picture of the face, around the carefully chosen image of yourself that you send out into the world so that strangers will form the right opinion of you. Whole hours of whole days spent tending, polishing, updating that image. And here is a man, 1800 years ago, who took one look at the whole idea and wanted no part of it. Now, here is where the story gets a little bit funny, and I have always loved it for this. His students did not accept no for an answer. They wanted that portrait. They loved the old man, and they were not about to let his peculiar principles rob the future of his face. So one of them, a fellow named Emilius, cooked up a scheme. He found the finest painter in the city, a man named Carterius, and he simply brought him along to the public lectures. And there Carterius sat, session after session, in among the students, not painting, just watching, studying the philosopher's features, memorizing the set of his brow, the shape of his mouth, the way his face moved when he spoke. And then he went home and painted the whole thing from memory. So the one and only portrait we have of Plotinus, the great philosopher who refused, on the deepest principle, to ever be depicted, was made in secret, behind his back, by a man he never sat for, working from stolen glances during the lectures. It is, when you think about it, the original candid photo. The first celebrity snapshot, taken without permission by an admirer who just would not respect the man's wishes. 18 centuries before the hidden camera, Plotinus got exactly the thing he'd forbidden, precisely because everyone around him found his refusal so charming that they had to overrule it. The man lost the one argument he was most right about. And there is something so human in that, so gently absurd, that I can't help but smile. He spent his life insisting the face was the least important thing about a person, and the people who loved him proved his point by being unable to let his face go. But underneath the charm of it, Plotinus was pointing at something real. His whole philosophy was a philosophy of turning inward. He taught that reality was arranged in layers, and that the truest things were the ones furthest from the surface, furthest from the visible, the outer, the displayed. The real you, in his teaching, was not your face, and not your name, and not your reputation, and not the impression you made at a party. All of that was surface. All of that was the image of the image. The real you lived far below all of it, in a quiet, inner place that no painter could ever reach and no audience could ever see, connected to something vast and single that he called simply the One. And his most famous phrase, the very last words of his great work, describes the soul's journey home to that place. He called it the flight of the alone to the alone. The most inward part of you, rising up to meet the source of everything, with no audience, no spectators, no portrait, nobody watching at all. Just the alone, going home to the alone. Notice what a strange and beautiful idea that is, especially now. We have come to believe, almost without questioning it, that a thing barely counts unless it is witnessed, that an experience isn't quite real until it's shown, and a self isn't quite a self until an audience has confirmed it. Plotinus believed the exact reverse. He believed the most real thing that could ever happen to you would happen in complete privacy, unseen, unshared, unrecorded. A moment so far inside you that by definition no one else could ever be there for it. The deepest event of a human life, in his view, is one you can never post, never describe, never prove you had. You can only have it. And you can only have it alone. Here was his wall. And it was a strange one, because it was made of something we usually think of as an asset, the polished outer self, the well-managed image, the face we present to the world. Most of us spend our lives building that image up, thicker and shinier, and calling it success. Plotinus saw the image itself as the wall, the thing standing between a person and their own true depth. And he did not climb over it or tear it down. He simply refused to keep building it. He would not sit for the portrait. He would not perform the outer self at all, so that nothing would stand between him and the inward flight. And this is what he understood, that our own age has forgotten so completely we can hardly even feel it anymore. You are not your image. You are not the picture. There is a particular exhaustion, and I think you know it, even if you've never named it, that comes from tending, every single day, a version of yourself for other people to look at. Checking how it's landing. Adjusting it. Defending it. Refreshing it. It is a full-time job that pays nothing and never ends. And the strangest part is that the self you're so busy maintaining isn't even the real one. It's the image of the image. And the real you, the one down below, all that, the one that no one is watching, that one is quietly starving for a little of the attention you keep spending on the copy. Plotinus fled the gaze of the world so he could finally see what was underneath it. But there was another kind of man, on the far side of the world, and 1,000 years later, who did the opposite, who walked straight into the middle of the crowd and forced them all to look at the one thing they most wanted to ignore. Japan, in the 1400s. Picture a monk who does not behave at all the way you think a monk should. His name is Ikkyu, and by tradition he is no ordinary man. The whispered story is that he was the son of an emperor, a child of the palace given up to a temple. He has one of the sharpest spiritual minds of his age. And he cannot stand the world of respectable religion he finds himself in. Because look at what that world had become. The great temples had grown rich and comfortable. Monks schemed for rank and title the way courtiers did. There was a brisk trade in the outer signs of holiness, the robes, the ceremonies, the official certificates of enlightenment, all the polished trappings of a spiritual life, often worn by men who Ikkyu could see had no inner life at all. It was piety as a costume, holiness as a career, and it disgusted him. So he did something almost unthinkable. In that world, the highest thing a Zen master could give you was the Inka, the formal written certificate confirming that you had truly awakened. The piece of paper that made your enlightenment official, that let you head a temple and take on students of your own. Every monk wanted one. It was the diploma, the credential, the proof. Ikkyu got his, and the tradition says he destroyed it. Threw it away, tore it up. Some say he later burned it. He wanted nothing to do with a certificate that claimed to stamp and file and officially approve the deepest experience a human being can have. As if awakening were a document. As if the truth of your soul could be notarized and hung on a wall. He threw away the one credential every other monk in the country was clawing to obtain, because he had seen, with perfect clarity, that the certificate and the thing it claimed to certify had almost nothing to do with each other. You could have the paper and be spiritually dead. You could have nothing at all and be completely alive. And he would rather have the second, with empty hands, than the first, with a lie on the wall. We do the same dance now, of course, just with different pieces of paper. The title, the follower count, the credential that says you are the real thing, hung up where visitors can see it. And we all quietly know the same secret. Ikkyu knew that the marker and the thing it's supposed to mark can drift completely apart. That a person can be decorated with every proof of a good life and be starving inside it, and that another person, with none of the markers at all, can be more awake than any of them. We know it. We just mostly don't have the nerve to burn the certificate. Ikkyu had exactly that nerve, and it set him free to go looking for the real thing, unweighted by the fake one. But the thing Ikkyu is most remembered for, he did on a morning when everyone else was celebrating. It was New Year's Day. And in his city, as in ours, New Year's was a day of joy, of feasting and drinking and bright decorations, of people wishing one another long life and good fortune, of pushing every dark thought as far away as it would go. The whole town was out in its finest, warm with celebration, toasting the fresh, clean year ahead. And into the middle of all that, Ikkyu came walking, slowly, down the crowded festival streets. He was carrying a staff, and fixed to the top of the staff, held high over the heads of the celebrating crowd, was a human skull. And as he walked, he called out, "Beware! Beware!" Imagine the faces turning. Imagine the laughter dying in people's throats as this strange monk moved through the happy crowd, holding death itself up over them on a pole. It was, by any measure, an outrageous thing to do. A horrifying thing on that of all days. What kind of man crashes the New Year's celebration to wave a skull in everyone's face? But understand what he was actually saying, because it was not cruelty. It was the deepest possible kindness, wearing a shocking mask. He was saying, "This This skull is the one thing all of you are working so hard, this bright morning, not to think about. Every single person laughing in this street will one day be exactly this. That is not a curse. That is simply true, and you know it's true, and you have organized this entire festival to help yourselves forget it for a few hours. And I love you too much to let you forget. Because you cannot really live, you cannot taste a single one of these bright days, as long as you're spending all your strength pretending the last one will never come. And there is a detail in the way he chose to do it that I keep coming back to. He did not preach a sermon about death. He did not write a careful essay on mortality that people could nod at and file away and forget by lunch. He held up an actual skull. A real one, bone that had once been a face, once been a person who laughed at their own New Year's celebrations, once been as sure of tomorrow as everyone in that street. He knew that an idea about death changes nothing, but the thing itself, held up in the daylight, cannot be argued with. You can debate a philosophy. You cannot debate a skull. It just looks back at you with its empty sockets and says, without a word, I was you. You will be me. What are you doing with the little time in between? He was not the ghost at the feast. He was the one sober man at a party built entirely on looking away. Now, you might think a man like this, the skull, the burned certificate, the relentless honesty about death, must have been grim, cold. A hard, joyless figure, wagging his bony finger at everyone's fun. He was the exact opposite. And that is the whole secret of him. Because IQ was not against life. He was against the fake version of it. He had nothing but scorn for the bloodless, above-it-all holiness that pretended to have risen beyond ordinary human existence. The monks who acted as though being sacred meant being separate from the messy, mortal, embodied world of appetite and feeling. IQ thought that was the real lie. He believed the holy was not up in the clouds, above the human. He believed it was down here, inside it, in the wine and the music and the aching, temporary, breathing life of an actual person. And so he lived openly, in a way that scandalized the respectable. In his old age, he loved a blind singer named Maury, and he loved her without shame and without hiding it, and he refused, to the end, to split himself into a holy public half and a human private half. There was to be no such division. The man in the temple and the man in love were going to be the same man out in the open. He would not play the game at all. To him, that wholeness was the point. A sacredness that had to hide the human parts to survive was not worth having. Do you see how it all fits together? The skull and the love song are the same teaching. Both of them say, stop pretending. Stop pretending you won't die, and stop pretending you're above being human. Face the one, embrace the other, and quit living the careful, half-asleep, dishonest life in between. Here was his wall, and it is one nearly all of us live behind, quietly, without ever noticing the bricks. It is the polite, universal agreement to not think about death. To keep it off screen, out of the conversation, safely in the distance, so we can stay comfortable. And that wall does something terrible to us, so slowly we never feel it happen. It puts us half to sleep. It lets us waste our bright, numbered days as though they were infinite, chasing things that wouldn't matter at all if we truly remembered they were numbered. IQ walks straight through that wall, the only way it can be walked through, by lifting the skull up into the daylight and keeping it there, in plain sight, refusing to look away. And this is what he understood, that we have spent enormous effort forgetting. Remembering that you will die is not morbid. It is the opposite. It is the thing that makes a single, ordinary morning suddenly, achingly real. The blossom is beautiful precisely because it is already falling. The cup of tea is precious precisely because there will not be an endless number of them. When you stop hiding from the end, every plain moment on the way to it lights up from inside. The man with the skull on the stick was not trying to frighten anyone. He was trying to wake them up while there was still time to be awake. That was one way to face the great questions, shout the truth in the town square. But 7 centuries before him, in the Iraqi city of Basra, a woman had faced an equally deep question in an equally strange way, not by holding up a skull, but by running through the streets with fire in one hand and water in the other. The city of Basra, in what is now Iraq, more than 1,200 years ago. And we begin with a girl who owns nothing, not even herself. Her name is Rabia, and the story tradition tells us she was born into the very bottom of the world. Into poverty so complete that when her parents died, she was left with nothing and no one. And somewhere in that ruin, she was taken and sold into slavery. A child made property, passed into the hands of a master to be worked. Think about what a life like that does to a person, or what it usually does. When you have been owned, when your days and your body and your labor have all belonged to someone else, and every ounce of good you've ever done has been done under the whip. For someone else's benefit, you would expect a person, once free, to want just 2 things for the rest of their life: safety and comfort. Enough of both that no one can ever own them again. And Rabia was freed. The stories differ on how. Some say her master, waking in the night and seeing a light of holiness around her as she prayed, was so shaken that he set her loose. However it happened, the girl who had been property became a free woman out in the world, able at last to build whatever life she wanted. And she wanted none of the things you'd expect. She did not chase security. She did not chase comfort. She is said to have turned down every offer of marriage that came to her, including offers that would have made her wealthy and safe for the rest of her days, waving away the very things she had every reason in the world to grab with both hands. When people pressed her on why she would refuse such good and sensible arrangements, the stories have her answer with a kind of quiet astonishment, as though they were the ones missing something obvious. She had given her whole heart to the divine, and there was simply none left over to bargain away for a house and a husband and a comfortable name. She went, instead, out toward the empty and the austere. She wanted almost nothing. She gave herself entirely to a life of prayer and poverty, and she became, in time, one of the most revered saints in the whole Sufi tradition, a poor, unmarried former slave whose name outlasted every wealthy man who ever offered to keep her. A woman who had been owned, who wanted nothing back from the world in return. Which raises a quiet question. Why? Why would someone, with every reason to demand a payoff, want no payoff at all? The answer lives in the one image everyone remembers about her, and it is a strange and startling one. The story they tell is this. Rabia is seen one day rushing through the streets of Basra, and she is carrying two things. In one hand, a flaming torch. In the other, a bucket of water. And she is moving with purpose, like a woman on an urgent errand, and people stop her and ask what on earth she is doing. Where are you going, Rabia? With fire in one hand and water in the other. And she tells them, and I want you to remember, as she speaks, that this is a woman who once had nothing at all, not even the ownership of her own hands, and who therefore knew better than almost anyone alive what it is to do everything for someone else's reward and none of your own. I am going to set fire to paradise, she says, and I am going to pour water on the flames of hell, so that both of them are gone, so that these two veils are burned and drowned and lifted away, and people will finally stop worshipping God out of fear of the fire or hope of the garden, and love the divine for its own sake and nothing else. Let that land, because it is one of the most radical things anyone in any tradition has ever said. She wanted to destroy heaven. She wanted to abolish hell. Not because she didn't believe in the sacred, she gave her entire life to it, but because she saw the reward and the punishment as a kind of insult to real love, as bribery and threat dressed up as devotion. Because think about what it means to be good only because you'll be paid for it in paradise. Or to avoid wrong only because you're afraid of the fire. That isn't love. That's a transaction. That's a deal. You are being good the way an employee is diligent when the boss is watching, with one eye always on the reward, one eye always on the punishment, and your actual heart nowhere in it at all. Rabia looked at that whole arrangement and found it unbearable. She wanted to tear away the reward and tear away the fear and stand there in the empty space that was left and find out what was still true when there was nothing left to gain and nothing left to dread. She wanted to know if she'd still love when there was absolutely nothing in it for her. And that was her whole life's answer. Yes, she would. She loved with no ledger. That is the thing that made her extraordinary, and it is the thing that makes her so hard for us, in our particular age, to even understand. She did good and expected nothing back, not a reward, not a thank you, not a place in heaven, not even the private satisfaction of knowing she'd banked some credit somewhere. She pulled the entire accounting system out of her devotion, root and branch. No returns. No payoff. No scorecard. Just the love itself offered for its own sake, into a silence that promised her nothing. there is a prayer remembered as hers that says it more tenderly than any explanation could. She is said to have prayed, in effect, "If I worship you from fear of hell, then burn me in it, and if I worship you in hope of paradise, then shut me out of it. But if I worship you for your own sake alone, then do not withhold your everlasting beauty." Do you hear what she is doing there? She is asking to be punished for any love in her that still has an angle, still has a motive, still has one eye on what it might get. She would rather be denied the reward entirely than accept it and let it quietly poison the purity of the thing. That is how completely she meant it. Here was her wall, and it is one most of us live pressed right up against and have never once seen as a wall at all. It is the habit of the ledger. The deep, unquestioned assumption that everything we do should get us something, that every act is an investment, and there had better be a return, or why bother? We keep the books on our own kindness. We do the favor and quietly wait to be repaid. We give and we watch to see if we get. And that habit builds a wall right through the middle of the heart, so that nothing we do is ever fully free, and nothing we receive is ever fully trusted, because it might just be someone else running their own ledger on us. Rabia did not climb over that wall. She simply put down the account book, torch in one hand, bucket in the other, and refused, ever again, to keep score. And this is what she understood, that our own transactional age has forgotten so thoroughly. We mistake the forgetting for wisdom. A love that is really a transaction is not love. A kindness done for what it returns is not kindness. It's commerce with a friendly face. There is a particular tiredness that settles into a life lived entirely on the ledger, where every single thing you do is done for what it will yield, where you can no longer even tell the difference between loving someone and investing in them. And the only cure for that tiredness is the thing Rabia ran through the streets to prove, that you can do a thing for its own sake. Love a person for their own sake. Offer the good and let it go, expecting nothing, counting nothing, and discover, to your astonishment, that this is the only kind of giving that ever actually fills you back up. Rabia asked, what our love is worth when there is no reward waiting at the end of it. And far across the world, high in the mountains of Mexico, a king who could bend a lake to his will was asking a question that rhymed with hers, not what is love worth, but what is anything worth when the end is always so terribly near. The Valley of Mexico, in the 1400s, long before any Europeans set foot there. And we begin with a boy hidden in the branches of a tree, silent, while the men below him kill his father. His name is Nezahualcóyotl. It means hungry coyote, and he is a prince of the city of Texcoco. But on this day, he is a fugitive. His father, the king, has just been hunted down and killed by enemy warriors, and the boy has been forced to watch it from his hiding place in the leaves, silent, because if he makes a sound, he is next. A price is on his head. The men below want the whole royal line ended, and he is what remains of it. So begins one of the great survival stories of the ancient Americas. For years the young prince is a hunted thing, sleeping in caves, hidden by loyal farmers, slipping across borders, one step ahead of the men sent to kill him. There are stories of him being concealed inside a great drum, of villagers spreading their arms to hide him, of narrow escapes in the dark. He grows up, not in a palace, but on the run, learning the world from its underside, the way only the hunted ever learn it. And then, slowly, against every odd, he claws his way back. He gathers allies. He raises armies. And in the end, he returns to Texcoco, not as a fugitive, but as its king, the hungry coyote, come home at last, to the throne they killed his father to keep him from. And I want you to sit for a moment with what those years on the run must have carved into him, because it is the whole root of everything that comes after. This was a boy who had watched, from a tree, the most powerful and permanent thing in his world, his father, the king, be ended in an afternoon, who had learned, before he was grown, that a palace is only a building, that a dynasty is only men, that the throne everyone treats as eternal can be emptied between one sunrise and the next. Most children are protected, for as long as possible, from that particular piece of knowledge. He had it forced into him young, and at the point of a spear. He knew, in his bones, in a way the comfortable never quite do, that nothing here is safe, and nothing here stays. Now, a man who has survived that, who has clawed a kingdom back out of the jaws of his enemies, you would expect to become hard, ruthless. A man who, having finally seized permanence, would grip it with both fists and never let go. And in some ways, he was that. But something else grew in him, out of all that running, something you would never expect in a warrior king. He had seen, up close and young, how fast everything can be taken. And it made him not greedy, but strangely, achingly tender. First, though, let me show you his power. Nezahualcoyotl became far more than a warrior. He was a lawgiver who set down a code of justice for his people. He was a builder of palaces and gardens and libraries. But his masterpiece, the thing that should make engineers bow their heads even today, was what he did to the water. The great city of the Aztecs, Tenochtitlan, sat out in the middle of a vast lake, and that lake was two things at once, fresh water on one side, salt and brackish on the other, and when the rains came hard, the whole thing would rise and flood the island city and ruin it. So, Nezahualcoyotl designed a solution on a scale that beggars belief for its age. A dike, an enormous earthwork barrier running for miles straight across the open lake that held the salt water back and kept the sweet water in and protected the city from the floods. He engineered the aqueducts that carried fresh drinking water to the capital. He, quite literally, told the lake where it could go and where it could not. And understand, this was not the work of a lone dreamer sketching in the sand. This was one of the great engineering feats of the pre-Columbian world, miles of earth and stone laid across open, moving water, organized and manned and finished by a ruler who could see, in his mind, a thing that did not yet exist, and then summon a whole people to build it. Long after he was gone, that dike still stood, still holding the salt back from the sweet, still keeping the great city dry. He had reached into the very shape of the valley and rearranged it, and made the change outlast him. Think about what kind of power that is. Not the power to win a battle, many men had that. The power to command water itself. To look at a lake, a thing older than any kingdom, wilder than any army, and bend it to a human design. If ever a man had earned the right to feel like the master of his world, like a maker of permanent things, it was this one. He had beaten his enemies, built his city, and put a leash on a lake. He could tell the water exactly where to stop. He could not say one word to time. And there is another side to this same man. The survivor, the king, the engineer who chained a lake, sat down and wrote some of the most tender, aching poetry about impermanence that human beings have ever produced. Now, I have to be honest with you, the way a good storyteller should. The exact authorship of these poems is debated by scholars. They come to us through later hands, and it is genuinely hard to know how many lines are truly his. So let us call them, gently, the poems remembered as his, the flower songs his people wrapped around his name because they felt true to the man. And what they say is this: "Not forever on earth," he writes, "only a little while here." He looks at the most precious things his world knew, jade, gold, the shimmering green feathers of the Quetzal bird, the very treasures a king hoards, and he says, "Even jade shatters. Even gold is crushed. Even the Quetzal plume is torn apart. Nothing you can hold keeps." And then he goes further, into something almost unbearably soft. "We come only to dream," he says. "It is not true, not really true, that we come to live on the earth. We are like the flowers of spring, here in a burst of color, and then gone." Do you hear it? This is the king who bent a lake, telling you that not even he gets to keep anything. Not the city, not the dike, not the throne he bled for. And the strange thing, the thing that lifts these poems above simple sorrow, is that there is no bitterness in them. He is not raging at the shortness of it. He seems, if anything, to have fallen more in love with the world, precisely because it will not last. The flower is not less beautiful for fading. It is beautiful because it fades. He gathered the whole passing world up in his arms, knowing it was already slipping through them, and he loved it anyway, and he loved it more. He even reached, in his temple, toward a single unknowable God behind all the passing forms, a giver of life, he called, roughly, the Lord of the Everywhere, the one thing that might not shatter like the jade. As if to say, everything here is a flower, and fades, but perhaps the ground the flowers grow from does not. And so we come to what the hungry coyote understood, that we have spent enormous effort trying to forget. Understood, hungry coyote. That everything ends is not the enemy of meaning. It is the source of it. We treat the shortness of things as a kind of cruel joke, a flaw in the design, and so we spend our lives bracing against it, gripping harder, buying more, building higher, trying to nail down some corner of a world that was never going to hold still. And the gripping is exactly what robs us. You cannot really taste a thing you are clenching your fist around, as you cannot love a moment you are frantically trying to make permanent. The white-knuckle refusal to let anything go is not how you keep the world. It is how you miss it while it's here. This was his wall, the plainest and most universal wall of all, the one every living thing eventually stands in front of, the simple fact that it all ends and nothing here can be kept. And he did not batter against it, and he did not pretend it wasn't there. He did the one wise thing left. He opened his hands. He held the whole gorgeous, doomed, flowering world lightly on an open palm instead of in a fist, and found that it was only then, held lightly, that he could feel how warm it was. Think of it like a flower somebody hands you. You can spend the whole time it's in your hands, grieving that it will wilt, and gripping it so hard you crush the petals, trying to keep it, and get nothing but the wilting. Or you can look at it, really look, breathe it in, love the impossible brief fact of it, precisely because you know it won't be here next week. Same flower. Same wilting. Two entirely different lives. The hungry coyote, who had lost everything young and won a kingdom back and knew better than anyone that lakes outlast men, chose to breathe in the flower. That was his whole answer to death, not to defeat it, but to let it make every ordinary petal precious. He owned a kingdom and knew it would slip through his fingers, and loved it the more for that. There was another man who reached the very same tenderness from the opposite direction. Not a king, but the pampered son of a cloth merchant who looked at everything he had been handed and decided, of his own free will, to set every last piece of it down. The town of Assisi, in the green hills of Italy, around the year 1200. And in the finest house in town lives a young man who has, by every measure of his world, absolutely everything. His name is Francesco, Francis, and his father, Pietro, is a wealthy cloth merchant, one of the richest men in the region. Which means Francis has grown up draped in the best of everything. The softest imported fabrics, because his father deals in them. Money in his purse. Fine friends. A reputation as the most charming, most generous, best-dressed young man in Assisi, the one who picks up the tab, who leads the singing, who is always at the center of the party. He dreams of glory, of becoming a knight. He has youth, wealth, popularity, and a golden future in the family business. If you had walked through Assisi and asked who the luckiest young man in town was, everyone would have pointed to the same door. And inside all of that, quietly, something was going wrong. Or not wrong. Something was waking up, and it could not be fed by any of it. Because Francis, for all his silks and his feasting, kept finding the pleasures thinner than they promised to be. He went off to war, dreaming of knightly glory, and came home changed, having tasted a prison cell and a long illness. He would ride out in his fine clothes and find himself more and more unable to enjoy them, haunted by the beggars at the roadside, disturbed by a restlessness that his whole gilded life seemed designed to prevent him ever feeling. He had everything money could buy, and he was starting to suspect, with a kind of terror, that the thing he actually needed was not for sale in his father's shop or anyone's. There is a story from those in-between years that tells you which way he was turning. Francis had always had a particular horror of lepers, the sick and the outcast, the people his comfortable world kept firmly on the far side of the road. Their sores, their smell, their poverty, everything about them filled him with disgust, and he would ride past them fast, holding his breath. And then one day, on the road, he came upon one of them face to face. And instead of spurring his horse past, something in him, he could never fully explain it, made him get down. He got off his horse, and he went to the man he had always feared, and he pressed money into his ruined hands, and he kissed them. And when he climbed back on his horse, and rode on and turned to look, the story says, the leper was gone from the empty road. Whatever really happened out there, Francis came away from it a different man. The thing he had spent his whole polished life avoiding had turned out to hold something he desperately needed. The banquet had nothing for him. The roadside had everything. He was the young man everyone envied. And he was starving at the banquet. The break, when it came, was public and total and unforgettable. Francis had begun giving things away, his money, his father's cloth, whatever he could reach, to the poor and to a crumbling little church he'd taken to repairing. And his father Pietro was, understandably, apoplectic. This was his fortune, the boy was scattering. He dragged Francis before the Bishop of Assisi, in the public square, in front of the whole town, to force him to renounce his claims and come to his senses and give the money back. And Francis gave it back. All of it. But he did something no one in that square was ready for. He handed over the coins, yes. And then, standing there before the bishop, before his furious father, before all his old friends and neighbors, he began to take off the fine clothes he was wearing. The very garments his father's wealth had bought. He removed them and folded them and laid them down there at his father's feet and set the last of the money on top and gave it all back. Everything Pietro had ever given him, down to the shirt on his back, returned. He would keep none of it. And there he stood, stripped of everything his old life had dressed him in, with nothing. The bishop, moved, and perhaps alarmed, quickly stepped forward and wrapped his own cloak around the young man, covering him, taking him in. And Francis, wrapped now in the plain cloak of the church, instead of the silks of the merchant, said the thing that ended his old life and began his new one. Until now, he said, I have called Pietro di Bernardone my father. From this day, I have only one Father, our Father, who is in heaven. Think about the courage and the strangeness of that. He did not just give back the money. He gave back the identity. He handed his father the whole self that his father's wealth had built, the rich man's son, the well-dressed heir, the future in the family trade, folded it up like a suit of clothes and set it down, and walked away from it into a life that had, on that morning, precisely nothing in it. No plan, no fortune, no name, but a borrowed cloak and a father in heaven. He had never, in all his gilded years, felt lighter. What did he do with a life emptied out so completely? He filled it with the one thing his wealth had walled him off from, the living world itself. He went to work with his own soft merchant's hands, rebuilding that ruined little church, San Damiano, stone by stone, a rich boy, learning the weight of rock and mortar. He took up a life of total poverty, owning nothing, begging his bread, and, this is the part that astonished everyone then and still does now, he was radiantly, ridiculously happy. Happier with nothing than he had ever been with everything. Men and women began to leave their own comfortable lives to follow him, and a movement was born that would sweep across the world. And he fell in love with creation in a way that has never quite been matched. Near the end of his life, half-blind and in constant pain, he composed a song, the Canticle of the Creatures, that praised God through all the ordinary things of the world. And in it, he did something almost no one had done before him. He gave them all family names. He spoke of the sun as his brother and the moon as his sister. He called the wind and the water and the fire his kin and the earth his mother, who feeds us and keeps us and grows the grass and the flowers. This was not a poet reaching for a pretty image. This was a man who genuinely felt himself to be a member of the family of all created things, no higher than the sparrow, no grander than the stream, a brother among brothers in one enormous household. And that changes everything about how a person moves through the world. When the sun is your brother, you cannot be lonely under it. When the earth is your mother, you cannot feel like a stranger standing on it. The man who had owned the finest goods in Assisi and felt hollow now owned nothing and felt held by a whole living world. He had finally, after all those years indoors among his father's silks, stepped outside to meet. There is a story, one of the most beloved in all of Christianity, that he once stopped by the roadside to preach to a gathering of birds, telling them to praise the God who gave them their wings, and their song, and the free open air, and that the birds sat and listened before scattering to the four directions. Whether it happened just so or not, it tells you exactly who he had become, a man so unwalled from the world that he counted the sparrows as his congregation and the sun as family. Near the end of his life, on a bare mountain called La Verna, deep in prayer and fasting, the tradition tells us he received the very wounds of Christ, marked into his own hands and feet and side, the first person ever said to bear them. The pleasure-loving merchant's son had traveled all the way from the softest silks in Assisi to the hard stone of a mountaintop, and somewhere on that road he had found a joy that the young man at the banquet could not even have imagined. And this is what Francis understood, that our whole buying, having, upgrading age has forgotten so completely we've built a civilization on the opposite belief. You can be owned by what you own. We are taught, from the cradle, a simple equation: more things, more life. Fill the space, fill the hole, and you will finally feel full. And Francis is the living disproof of it, because he ran the experiment in reverse. He had the full house and the empty heart. Then he gave the whole house away and found his heart running over. All those possessions he'd been taught would make him free had actually been a kind of ownership running the other way. The silks and the coins and the family name quietly owning him, telling him who to be, walling him off from the beggar and the bird and the plain green world. The more he had, the more he belonged to it. It was only when he owned nothing at all that he discovered he could finally hold everything, the sun, the moon, the whole singing creation, because none of it could be bought, and so none of it could be lost. This was his wall, the belief that a life is measured by what you can accumulate and hold. And he did not climb over that wall or knock it down. He simply opened his arms and let everything fall, and walked through the empty space where the wall had been, out into a world he could finally, for the first time, actually touch. There is an ache, you know, even if you'd never put it in these words, the reaching for one more thing to fill a space inside that no thing has ever managed to fill, and the strange loneliness of a life spent mostly indoors, mostly among objects, cut off from the wide living world that Francis called his family. He is the 800-year-old answer to it. Not more. Less? And in the less, somehow, everything. Now, before we walk on, let me say one quiet thing to those of you listening with your eyes closed, on audio alone, drifting toward sleep. That is a beautiful way to be here, and you are always welcome to just listen. But if it ever suits you, some slow afternoon, some quiet evening when you're not trying to sleep, I'd love for you to watch one of these as a full episode and see it. Because there is a whole team of animators and editors who pour real and loving hours into the images that carry these stories, painting the lamplit temples and the falling blossoms and the birds scattering to the four winds. It's tender work, done by people who care, and it means a great deal to them and to me to have it truly seen. No rush. No pressure. Just when the moment's right, come and look. And now, back into the dark. Francis emptied his hands to hold the whole world. There was a poet in Persia who spent his life watching people do the opposite, chase and chase and chase after some far-off thing, never once suspecting where it actually was. In the city of Nishapur, in Persia, more than 800 years ago, there was a man who kept a shop. He was an attar, a druggist, a perfumer, an apothecary. That is even where his name comes from. All day long, people came through his door, carrying their aches, and he ground his powders and mixed his remedies and sold them little cures for their little pains. And he noticed something, standing behind that counter year after year, watching the whole town file past with its complaints. Underneath the headaches and the fevers, so many of them carried a different kind of ache entirely, a restlessness that no powder in his shop could touch. A sense of not having arrived. A conviction that whatever they were looking for, it was somewhere else, in the next thing, just up ahead, if they could only get to it. You know this ache. Everyone does. It is the feeling that your real life is happening somewhere slightly out of reach, after the next promotion, in the next city. Once you finally become the version of yourself you keep meaning to become. It is the quiet certainty that here, now, this is not quite it, and that it is waiting for you a little further on. This apothecary, his name was Atar, put down his powders and wrote the greatest prescription of his life for exactly that ache. He wrote a long, luminous poem called The Conference of the Birds, and it goes like this. One day, all the birds of the world gather together, every kind there is, and they decide they need a king. A true king, a great one. And a wise bird tells them, "You already have one." He is called the Simorg, a magnificent, hidden king, and he lives far away, beyond 7 great valleys, at the very end of the world. And the birds are thrilled, and resolve at once to go and find him. And then, this is the part that always makes me smile, almost none of them actually want to leave. They start making excuses. The nightingale says he can't possibly go. He's far too in love with the rose to leave her. The parrot wants only to escape his cage, not cross a desert. The peacock is too proud, the duck too comfortable in his little pond, the partridge too attached to his jewels and his hills. Every single bird has a reason, a very good, very reasonable, very sensible reason, why the great journey is lovely in theory, but simply not for him, not right now, not with everything he's got going on. They are, if I'm honest, the most relatable characters in all of medieval poetry. A whole sky full of creatures who desperately want to have arrived somewhere and desperately do not want to make the trip. And Atar, the old apothecary, clearly knew these birds by heart because he had watched them come through his shop for 30 years. He knew the human version of every one of them. The person who says they'd love to change their life, truly, just as soon as things settle down. The one who's certain the answer is out there, and equally certain this particular week is not the week to go looking. The one so comfortable in the little pond of an unhappy routine that the mere thought of leaving it feels worse than staying. We are all, at one time or another, the nightingale, too in love with the rose to fly, the duck, too fond of his familiar water, the partridge who cannot bear to leave his little hoard of shiny things behind. The excuses are endless, and they are always, always reasonable. That is the whole trouble with them. A bad excuse you can dismiss. A good one can keep you on your perch for the rest of your life. But some of them go. The ones who can bear to leave their roses and their comforts behind lift off together, a great hopeful flock, and they set out for the far country of their king. And the journey nearly destroys them. Atar takes them through 7 valleys, and each one strips something away. The first is the Valley of the Quest, where they must give up everything they thought they knew. Then, the Valley of Love, where reason itself has to be surrendered. Then the Valley of Knowledge, and the Valley of Detachment, where they let go of all their claims on the world. Then the Valley of Unity, and the Valley of Wonder, where they become bewildered, undone, no longer even sure who they are. And finally, the hardest valley of all, the Valley of Poverty and Annihilation, where the self they set out with has to disappear entirely. It is a brutal road, and most of the birds do not make it. Some turn back, longing for their comfortable perches. Some are lost to the heat, the fear, the sheer cost of the crossing. Some simply give up, unable to bear one more valley. The great flock that lifted off so hopefully thins and thins and thins. And notice what the road is actually asking of them, because it is the opposite of what we usually think seeking means. We imagine the spiritual journey as a kind of gathering, collecting wisdom, adding practices, acquiring insights, becoming more. Atar's valleys do the reverse. Every single one takes something away. Your certainties, your reasons, your attachments, your knowledge. And finally, in that last terrible valley, your very self, the whole idea of being a separate someone with a name, on a quest, going somewhere. The journey is not addition. It is subtraction, all the way down to nothing. The birds are not filling their packs as they travel. They are emptying them, and then emptying their hands, and then emptying even the ones who are holding the hands, until there is almost nobody left to arrive at all. Because that is the truth about real seeking that Atar knew and we forget. Everyone wants the destination. Almost no one can survive the road. It is easy to want to have arrived. It is agony to actually travel, to give up one valley at a time, the comforts and the certainties, and, finally, even the self you were so sure you were. Most seekers, faced with the real price of the thing they say they want, quietly turn around and fly home. Out of all the birds of the world, only 30 make it to the end. 30 exhausted, broken, stripped bare birds, who have lost everything they started with, drag themselves at last over the final rise to the palace of the great king, the Simorg, the one they crossed the entire world to find. And here is how it ends. It turns quietly on a single word. The 30 birds arrive. They are ushered in to behold the Simorg, the magnificent king, the answer, the thing they have suffered everything to reach. And they look, and there is no separate, thundering king on a throne at all. There is only a great, shining stillness, and in it they see themselves, the 30 of them, reflected back. Because, in their language, in Persian, the name of the king they sought is a pun, Simorg. And Si means 30, and Morg means birds. The Simorg, the great hidden king at the end of the world, the one they abandoned their roses and crossed 7 deadly valleys to find. The Simorg, quite literally, means 30 birds. They were what they were looking for. The king they nearly died searching for at the end of the world was the 30 of them, together, all along. There had never been anywhere else to get to. The whole crushing journey had not carried them toward the thing, it had turned them into it. Only by crossing the valleys, by losing everything, by being stripped down to nothing, had they become the very thing they'd been chasing since the day they left home. This was Atar's wall, and it is one of the sneakiest of them all, because it disguises itself as ambition, as drive, as seeking, as all the things we're taught to admire. It is the bone-deep certainty that the answer is elsewhere. One more valley on, one more thing away, anywhere but here, anyone but you. And Atar does not tell you to smash that wall or climb it. He tells you the wall was a mirror the whole time. That the far-off king was your own reflection. That the thing you are turning the world upside down to find has been, from the very first day, standing exactly where you are standing. And this is what he understood, that keeps us, in our restless age, forever booking the next trip and buying the next thing and chasing the next self. The searching was the finding. What you are looking for is not waiting at the end of the road. It is being quietly assembled in you by the walking. You will not arrive somewhere else and become whole. You become whole and discover you were already where you needed to be. The birds did not fail to find their king. They found that the seeking itself had made them into him. Atar's birds finally stopped searching and found the answer had been in them the whole time. But not every seeker is met so gently. There was a teacher once who spent his best years knocking on one door after another, asking only for the chance to do some good in the world, and watched every last door stay shut. On a road somewhere in ancient China, between two small states called Chen and Kai, an old man and his followers are slowly starving. Their provisions have run out. They are stranded in hostile country, cut off, with no food coming. The younger men, strong followers who have walked hundreds of miles at this teacher's side, are growing so weak that some of them can no longer stand up. They lie there in the dust. And one of them, a blunt, loyal man named Zilu, drags himself over to the old teacher, and there is anger in his face, and he says the thing they are all thinking. Is this it? Is this what it comes to? Does a good man, a gentleman, a man who has done everything right, really end up like this? Hungry in a ditch with nothing? And the old man, calm as still water, answers him, yes. Of course, a good man finds himself in straits like this. The difference is only this: the good man holds steady when everything falls apart. It is the small man who, the moment things go wrong, comes completely undone. That starving old teacher in the dust, the one whose followers were beginning to doubt him, was Confucius. Yes, that Confucius. The name carved over temples across half the world. The most influential teacher, arguably, in the whole history of the human race. And here he is, well past 60, unemployed, unwanted, hungry on a back road, having spent well over a decade going from ruler to ruler, offering to help them govern their people wisely and justly, and being turned away at door after door after door. Every one of them shut in his face. We picture a sage as a serene figure on a scroll, honored in his own time, dispensing wisdom to a grateful world. The truth is almost the exact opposite. In his own lifetime, by every measure his world used to score a life, Confucius was a failure. Let me tell you what those years actually looked like, because we skip over them so fast, on the way to the famous quotations. Confucius believed something simple and enormous, that a broken, war-torn, corrupt age could be healed, that if a ruler would govern with genuine virtue, lead by moral example instead of by fear and force, the whole society would slowly right itself. He was sure of it. And all he needed was one ruler, one state, willing to actually let him put it into practice. Just one door to open. So he went looking. He left his home state of Lu, where he'd held only minor office and been quietly pushed aside, and he took to the road with a band of devoted students, and he spent something like 14 years wandering from court to court across the warring states of China. State after state, ruler after ruler. And it was one long series of closed doors. Some rulers received him politely and then ignored every word. Some listened, were impressed, and still would not give him any real power. His ideas were admirable, they'd say, and completely impractical, and thank you for coming. Some found him a nuisance. At least once he was caught up in political violence, and his life was in danger. More than once, as we saw, there was no food. He was mocked by hermits, who told him he was a fool for even trying to fix a world this far gone. And through all of it, the post he was actually looking for, the real chance to govern, to prove the whole thing could work, never came. Not once. Not in 14 years. There is one moment from the road I love, because of how he took it. The histories tell that once, in a strange city, Confucius got separated from his students and stood alone and lost at the eastern gate, an old man with nowhere to be. When his students finally found him, one of them repeated, a little sheepishly, how a local had described the master to them, worn out, aimless, they'd said, like a stray dog wandering around with no home to go to. Now, that is a cruel thing to hear about yourself. And Confucius laughed. A stray dog? He said. Yes. Yes, that's about right. That's exactly it. He did not bristle, and he did not despair. He heard the whole world's low opinion of him summed up in a single unkind image, and he simply agreed, with good humor, and kept walking. A man who could laugh at that and go on knocking was not going to be broken by a few thousand closed doors. Imagine giving 14 years of your life, your whole best effort, to knocking on doors and having every single one stay shut. Most of us would have gone home after the third. He kept knocking into his 60s. There is a small moment recorded from those years. One of his students is trying to get into a town, and a gatekeeper, some anonymous man at a gate, whose name we will never know, asks where he's from. The student says he's with Confucius. And the gatekeeper, who has clearly heard all about this stubborn, wandering teacher, gives him a look and says, in effect, "Oh, Confucius. Isn't that the one who knows it's hopeless and keeps trying anyway? Isn't that the one who knows it can't be done and keeps doing it?" It was meant, I think, half as mockery. The world's verdict on a man tilting at windmills. But it is also, by accident, the truest and most beautiful thing anyone ever said about him, and Confucius seems to have worn it almost as a badge. because he did know. He was not naive. He could see perfectly well that the rulers weren't listening, that his own life was running out, that the world was not going to be reformed on his schedule or maybe ever. He knew the odds. And he kept teaching, kept traveling, kept doing the right thing, precisely because it was right, not because it was working. That is a very rare kind of strength, and a very quiet one. Most of us tie our willingness to do good to some expectation that it will pay off, that the effort will be seen, rewarded, will bear visible fruit soon enough to justify itself. Confucius severed that cord completely. He did the good work with no promise of reward, no evidence it was landing, no applause, no post, no win. He did it because it was the thing worth doing, and he had decided that a man's job is to do the thing worth doing and let the results be whatever they will be. And notice, this is not the same as not caring whether he succeeded. He cared enormously. He wanted to heal his age. It was the great longing of his whole life, and being turned away again and again genuinely grieved him. This is the harder thing. It is easy enough to keep going when you've stopped caring about the outcome, gone numb, decided none of it matters. Confucius kept going while it still mattered to him terribly, while every closed door still hurt, and did the right thing anyway, unrewarded, into his old age, with his heart still fully in it. Not the peace of a man who's given up. The stubbornness of a man who refuses to let a hopeless world talk him out of being good. Confucius died, still thinking, by any reckoning he could see, that he had mostly failed. No kingdom reformed. No lasting post ever held. A handful of students and a heap of shut doors. That was the visible ledger of his life when it closed. And then something happened that he never got to see. Those students carried his words home. They wrote down the things he'd said on all those hungry roads, and they taught them to their own students, who taught them to theirs. And slowly, over the generations after his death, that failed wandering teacher became the moral foundation of Chinese civilization, his thought shaping how hundreds of millions of people across more than 2,000 years would understand family, duty, learning, and how to be a decent human being. Not one of the rulers who turned him away is remembered by anyone but historians. The homeless teacher they wouldn't hire outlasted every throne in the room. And here is what I find almost unbearably moving about it. The thing that made him successful in the end was the exact thing that felt like his failure while he lived it. If even one of those rulers had hired him, had given him the ministry he spent 14 years chasing, he'd have become a busy official in one small state, managing one court's affairs, and very likely been forgotten with all the rest of them. It was because every door stayed shut that he had nothing left to do but teach the handful of young men walking beside him in the dust. And it was those young men, and what he poured into them on the road, who carried him down the centuries. The closed doors did not stop his real work. The closed doors were what forced him to do it. Here was his wall, the belief that a life only counts for something if the world, while you are alive to see it, rewards it with a title, a position, a visible win. And Confucius did not climb over that wall to grab the reward. He did something stranger and braver. He simply stopped believing the wall was real. He gave his life to the work itself, to the rightness of the thing, and let the reward go entirely. And in letting it go, he did work so true. It outlived by millennia every man who was succeeding all around him. And this is what he understood, that our own scoreboard-obsessed age has forgotten so completely we can barely feel the loss. The measuring stick can be wrong. The whole scoreboard can be wrong. There is an ache, you may know, of pouring yourself into work that matters, real work, good work, in a world that only seems to count the things it can put on a business card, and feeling, because the title never came, or the money never came, or the recognition never came, that you must have failed. Confucius is the answer, whispered across 2,500 years. He was the biggest failure of his generation by every number they knew how to count. He was also the only one of them who mattered. They were simply measuring the wrong thing, and so, perhaps, are we. Confucius held the line alone, doing right in a world that wouldn't listen, and trusted time to prove him out. There was another Chinese teacher, a little after him, who would not wait for time, who took that same refusal to accept the world as it was, and marched it straight into a king's court to stop a war with his bare hands and a length of belt. "25 centuries ago, in an age of near constant war between the Chinese states, a philosopher was going around saying something that struck almost everyone who heard it as ridiculous. His name was Mo-tzu, and his central teaching had a name, G-N-A-I, which we translate roughly as impartial care or universal love. And here is what it meant. Mo-tzu looked at the world and saw that all its cruelty came from one root, that people care intensely about their own family, their own clan, their own state, and care nothing or care less about everyone else's. My son matters, the stranger's son does not. My city's safety is sacred, your city is a target. He watched whole armies march out to burn other people's towns and slaughter other people's children, and he saw that every last bit of it grew from that one seed, the line drawn between us and them. So his radical idea was simply to erase the line, to care for other people's parents as you care for your own, to regard another state's people as you regard your cities. Not because it's saintly. Mo-tzu was a hard-headed, practical man, an engineer by temperament, but because he could see, plain as arithmetic, that a world where everyone drew that line was a world doomed to burn, and a world where no one drew it would have no reason left to go to war at all. He had a sharp way of exposing how upside down the world's thinking already was. Consider, he said, how we judge things. A man who sneaks into an orchard and steals a single peach, everyone calls him a thief, and the authorities punish him. A man who steals a horse is a worse criminal still. We all agree, taking what isn't yours is wrong, and the more you take, the more wrong it is. And yet, a warlord who marches into a neighboring state and steals the whole country burning its towns and killing its people by the thousands, is not called a criminal at all. He is celebrated. Songs are written about him. Statues go up. Take one peach, and you're a thief. Take 10,000 lives, and you're a hero. Motsu held that contradiction up to the light and asked, simply, how can killing one man be murder and killing a multitude be glory? Either it is wrong to destroy what is not yours, or it is not. You cannot have it both ways, just because the second crime is bigger and wears a crown. His contemporaries thought his answer, care for the stranger as your own, was absurd, soft-headed, against human nature. Care for a stranger's child as your own? Impossible. Weak. And Motsu, who was nobody's idea of weak, decided the best way to answer them was not with an argument. It was with a demonstration the whole world could watch. Word reached him that a war was about to begin. The powerful state of Chu was preparing to attack the small state of Song. And they had a decisive new weapon. A brilliant engineer named Gongshu Ban, the most celebrated craftsman of the age, had built them the Cloud Ladder, a towering mobile siege engine that could carry attackers right over a city's walls. With it, Chu was confident. Little Song would be crushed. It was, everyone assumed, already decided. Motsu heard the news, and he did not write a letter. He did not send a delegation. He got up and started walking. He walked for 10 days and 10 nights. Think about that, not a stroll. 10 days and nights of hard travel on foot, hurrying, barely stopping. The old account says that as his sandals wore through and his feet began to tear and bleed on the road, he tore strips from his own clothing to bind them and kept going. This was not a young man, and it was not his war. Song was not even his home. He was, by his own doctrine, simply a person for whom a stranger's city burning was every bit as urgent as his own. So he wore his feet raw, crossing the country to stop it. He was right there on that road, living proof that Jian AI was not a soft idea. It was the hardest, most demanding thing in the world. He arrived at the Chu court, exhausted and bleeding, and asked to speak to the king and to the great engineer whose weapon was about to end thousands of lives. And here is the scene the old account preserves: a war fought and decided on a tabletop. Motsu did not plead. He did not beg the king for mercy on Song. Instead, he proposed a demonstration. "Let us fight it here," he said. "Now, in this room." He took off his belt and laid it out in a curve on the ground, or the table between them, and that belt was the wall of the city of Song. He set down small sticks and tokens and tablets, and those were the siege engines, the cloud ladders, the attacking forces. And he turned to Gongshu Ban, the brilliant engineer, and said, "Come, attack my wall. Show us how you will take the city." So they played the war. Gongshu Ban launched his first assault, his cleverest method of attack, moving his pieces against the belt. And Motsu answered it, arranging his defenses, and turned it back. Gongshu Ban tried a second method. Motsu turned that back too. A third. A fourth. 9 times, the great engineer of Chu came at the little wall with everything he had, 9 different ingenious assaults, and 9 times, at that table, Motsu defeated him. Calmly, completely, until Gongshu Ban had used up every stratagem he knew and had nothing left, and the belt still held. And this is the part that lifts the whole scene from a clever trick into something deeper. Motsu did not win because he was a better general than the famous Gongshu Ban. He won because he had spent his life on the unglamorous side of war, not the attacking side, the defending side. While other thinkers dreamed up ways to break into cities, Motsu and his followers had made themselves the world's experts at keeping people out, walls, counter-siege engines, ways to hold a town against overwhelming odds. He had turned his whole school into a kind of engineering corps devoted to making aggression fail. So when Gongshu Ban reached for each shining new way to attack, Motsu already knew its answer cold, because he had spent years thinking about nothing but how to protect the small from the strong. His impartial care was not just a feeling in his chest. He had built it into a craft. There was a long silence. And then Gongshu Ban, cornered and humiliated, said a dark thing. He said he knew one more way to defeat Motsu, with the unspoken meaning hanging in the air, that the one remaining move was simply to have this troublesome man killed, here, so he could never help Song defend itself. And Motsu, who had clearly seen that coming, answered him without flinching. "Kill me if you like," he said, "but it will gain you nothing. 'Cause 300 of my disciples are already standing on the walls of Song, armed with every defense I have just shown you, waiting for your army. You cannot kill the idea by killing the man. It has already arrived ahead of you." The king of Chu looked at the table, where his unbeatable weapon had just lost 9 times to a belt. And he called off the war. No army marched. No walls fell. No mothers in Song buried their children that season. A war that everyone had treated as already decided simply did not happen, undone by one exhausted man with bleeding feet, a length of belt, and a refusal to accept that the strangers in Song were anyone's enemy. And there is a small, perfect coda to the story, one the old account keeps. On his long walk home, worn out, his work done, Motsu passed back through the state of Song, the very place he had just saved, the thousands of lives he had just spared. And it began to rain. He stopped to take shelter under a gate, out of the wet, and the gatekeeper there, a man of Song, one of the people whose life Motsu had preserved, did not know him, and would not let him in, and turned him out into the rain. The man who saved the whole city stood soaked in a doorway of the city he saved, unrecognized, unthanked, shut out. And there is no complaint about it in the story. Because Motsu had never done it to be thanked. He had done it because a stranger's children mattered as much as his own, and that is exactly the kind of love that saves cities full of people who will never once know your name. Here was the wall Motsu walked through, and it is the oldest and most dangerous wall our species has ever built, the invisible line between us and them. The old reflex that says, "My people's pain is real and matters." and the people on the other side of that line are not quite as real, and their pain does not count the same. Every war ever fought stands on that wall. Mo Tzu did not climb over it or knock it down. He simply refused, entirely, to believe it was there. He looked at Song, a state not his own, full of people he had never met, and felt their coming deaths as an emergency in his own house, and that refusal to draw the line was the whole of his power. It walked him across a country and won a war at a table without spilling a drop of blood. And this is what he understood, that our own sorted into camps age has worked so hard to forget. The person on the other side of the line is not the enemy your tribe says they are. There is an exhausting way of living, and you can feel it in the air of our time, where the world comes pre-divided into your side and the other side, where the other side is always the problem, always a little less than human, and where your own outrage against them starts to feel like the very thing that tells you who you are. Mo Tzu's whole life is a quiet hand laid on that fever. Erase the line, he says. The stranger's child is a child. The enemy state is full of mothers exactly like yours. Almost every catastrophe we make for each other begins the moment we forget that, and almost every one of them could be stopped, at a table, by anyone willing to walk far enough and care wide enough. Mo Tzu won the day by being the one cool, still mind in a room full of heat and pride. And it turns out someone had drawn the portrait of that stillness long before him, an Egyptian scribe who, 1,000 years earlier, had set the calm and rooted man beside the hot, grasping one, and shown you which of them the storm takes. Roughly 3,000 years ago, in Egypt, a temple scribe sat down to write a book of advice for his son. His name was Amenemope, and the book he wrote, The Instruction of Amenemope, is a long, patient letter from a father to a boy about how to live. And near the heart of it, he draws a picture of two kinds of men, two ways a person can move through the world, and he tells his son plainly, be one of these, and never the other. The first he calls the heated man. Picture him. He is loud. He is always pushing, always grasping, always reaching for the next thing before he's finished with the last. He flares up at every insult, real or imagined. He argues in the street. He schemes and strives and burns his energy in a constant fever of wanting more status, more goods, more of the argument, more of being right. He is, in his own mind, a man of action, a winner, a force. The Egyptians had a phrase for him, the heated man, the hot one, and Amenemope watched him rush around the temple town 3,000 years ago, exactly the way we watch him rush around now. And the second man, Amenemope, calls the silent man. Not silent as in weak or timid or with nothing to say. Silent as in still, self-possessed. The truly tranquil man, one translation calls him, a man with a quiet center that the world cannot easily rattle. He does not flare up when he's provoked. He does not grasp at every passing thing. He does not need to win the argument in the street. He holds his tongue keeps his balance, and lets a great deal simply pass him by. To the heated man, he looks like he's doing nothing, achieving nothing, letting the world walk over him. And here is the thing that makes a Menemope so worth listening to, 3,000 years on. He is not naive about which man the world rewards in the short run. He knew perfectly well that the heated man often gets ahead, grabs the promotion, wins the shouting match, seizes the bigger share, while the still man stands quietly by and seems to lose. His son would have seen it in the temple town exactly as you see it now. The loudest, pushiest, most aggressive people frequently do come out on top, at least for a while. A Menemope is not promising his boy that being calm will make him win. He is telling him something subtler and truer, that the heated man's winning is not what it looks like, that it sits on nothing, and that time is the one opponent his heat cannot outrun. A Menemope spends his book telling his son, be that second man. And to show him why, he reaches for an image so perfect, it has survived 3,000 years intact. He tells his son to think about 2 trees. The heated man, a Menemope says, is like a tree that springs up fast in the open ground. And doesn't that sound like success? Look how quickly it grows, out there in the open, nothing holding it back, shooting up tall and fast for everyone to see. But a tree grown fast in the open has shallow roots and no shelter. And so, a Menemope says, when the storm comes, and the storm always comes, that tree is torn up whole. Ripped out of the earth, snapped, carried off. And its end, he says, is to be hauled away and burned. All that fast, showy, unsheltered growth, and it finishes as firewood. But the silent man, the still one, he is like a tree grown in a garden. It grows more slowly. It does not shoot up in a showy rush. It grows in a sheltered place, sinking its roots down deep and quiet, where no one's admiring them. And so, when the same storm comes through, this tree stands. It bends and holds. It goes on. It keeps its leaves, and it doubles its yield of fruit, and it lives out its full span, standing in the garden long after the fast tree in the open field has been dragged away and thrown on the fire. 2 trees. One fast, exposed, and doomed. One patient, rooted, and enduring. 3,000 years old, and it describes your life and mine with an accuracy that is almost uncomfortable. And sit for a moment with why the garden tree survives, because that is the quiet genius of the image. It is not stronger than the field tree, exactly. It does not fight the storm harder. It survives because of everything it did in the calm years, when no storm was blowing and nobody was watching. The slow, patient, invisible work of sending roots down deep, of growing in a sheltered place among other trees, rather than out alone in the open, of not spending all its strength on shooting up tall and impressive, as fast as possible. The garden tree spent its good years preparing, without applause, for a bad day it couldn't see coming. The field tree spent its good years showing off. And when the wind came, the difference between them, which had been invisible the whole time, hidden underground, suddenly became the only thing that mattered. The heated man builds nothing underground. That is why the first hard wind takes him. I should tell you one more thing about this quiet Egyptian, because it's remarkable. Scholars who study the Bible noticed, a century or so ago, that a section of the book of Proverbs, the part sometimes called the 30 sayings, lines up strikingly closely with Amenemop's instruction. Closely enough that most of them now believe the Hebrew scripture drew on this Egyptian scribe's work. Not that anyone copied anyone in some scandalous way. Wisdom traveled the ancient world freely, hand to hand. But it means that some of the counsel millions of people have read as sacred for thousands of years may trace back to this all but forgotten man, quietly telling his son to be the rooted tree. And this is what Amenemop understood, 3,000 years before we gave it a name and turned it into a disease. The heat is not the strength. The stillness is. We have built an entire culture on being the first tree. Grow fast. Grind harder. Be always on, always reaching, always reacting, meet every provocation, chase every opportunity, burn hot, move fast, never rest, never be enough. We have made the heated man our hero. We call his fever ambition and his exhaustion drive, and we quietly suspect that the calm man, the one who isn't grasping, must be lazy, or soft, or falling behind. And Amenemop is standing here at our shoulder from 30 centuries away, pointing at the fast tree in the open field, saying gently, "Watch. Watch what the storm does to it." And notice, too, what he understood about anger, because we get this exactly backwards. We have come to treat the quick temper, the man who fires back instantly, who never lets a slight pass, who meets heat with more heat, as strong, assertive, not to be messed with. Amenemop saw it the opposite way, and he was right. The man who flares up the instant he's provoked is not powerful, he is a puppet, and anyone who wants to move him simply has to pull the string. Provoke him, and he jumps. The truly strong man, the still one, is the one you cannot pull. The insult lands, and he lets it fall to the ground and does not pick it up. That is not weakness. That is the one freedom the heated man can never have, the freedom of a man who owns his own reactions and hands the controls to no one. Because his wall, the wall he spent a whole book trying to keep his son from building, is the belief that force and speed and heat are what carry you through, that the man who pushes hardest and burns hottest wins. And Amenemop does not fight that wall with more force, which would only prove it. He steps past it by doing the opposite of what the wall demands. He chooses stillness over striving, roots over speed, and the quiet, unglamorous word enough over the endless engine of more. Here is a fresh way to feel the truth of it. The fast tree and the slow tree are not in a race that the fast one is winning. They are in a life that the slow one is living. The heated man looks, on any given afternoon, like he's beating the silent man, taller, louder, further ahead. But that measurement only holds until the weather turns. And the weather always turns. The layoff, the loss, the illness, the year everything goes wrong. The storm is not an accident that might happen to your life. It is a season that will. And when it comes through, it is not the one who grew fastest who's left standing. It's the one who grew deepest. The rooted, patient, unhurried man is not falling behind. He is simply the one who will still be there, green and bearing fruit, when the storm has hauled all the fast, brittle, striving trees away to burn. Amenemope teaches you to be the tree that stands while the storm blows through. But what do you hold on to when the storm has already come and gone and stripped your tree of everything? A woman who had watched death empty her whole world found 4 quiet words for exactly that and spent the rest of her life inside them. In the English town of Norwich, more than 600 years ago, there is a small stone room built onto the side of a church. It has no proper door to the outside, none that opens. There is a woman inside it, and she is never going to come out. Not to walk in a garden, not to visit a friend, not for the rest of her natural life. She has asked for this. She has chosen it. The room has 3 small windows. One opens into the church so she can hear the Mass and receive communion. One is for a servant to pass in food and take away waste. And one small window opens onto the street so that the people of the town can come and speak to her and ask her for counsel and be heard. That is her whole world now. One small stone room and 3 little windows onto it. We will come to why a person would choose such a thing. But it only makes sense inside the world she was choosing it within. So, let us begin there. She lived in one of the most frightening centuries a person could be born into. The Black Death, the Great Plague, swept through England again and again during her lifetime, and Norwich was hit terribly. We are talking about a disease that could empty half a town in a season. Whole families gone in a week. Streets you had known your whole life, suddenly silent, houses standing empty, the dead too many to properly bury. If you lived then, you lived with death as a constant, close companion, not an abstraction, not something that happens to other people, but a thing that could take everyone you loved between one spring and the next, and very nearly did, to almost everyone. And into that world of ambient, relentless dread, when she was about 30 years old, this woman fell gravely, mortally ill herself. So ill that the last rites were performed. So ill that everyone around her, and she herself, believed she was dying. She lay there at the very edge of it, in a world that was already more than half a graveyard. And it was there, at the bottom of all of it, in a world already half a graveyard, that she was given something she would turn over gently in her mind for the rest of her days. As she lay dying, or as everyone thought, she received a series of visions. 16 of them, one after another. She called them her showings. And she recovered, against all expectation, and she never forgot a moment of them, and she spent decades turning them over in her mind. Now, you might expect visions born in a plague century, at a deathbed, to be full of wrath and fire and judgment. That was the religious mood of much of the age, a fearful God, an angry God, keeping a ledger ready to punish. But that is not what she saw. What she saw, over and over, was tenderness. A love so vast and so gentle and so completely without condition that she struggled for the rest of her life to find words big enough for it. And in the middle of these showings came one small image that has outlived everything around it. She saw, resting in the palm of her hand, a tiny thing, round, small, no bigger than a hazelnut. And she looked at this little thing, so small it seemed it might simply crumble to nothing, and she wondered what it could possibly be. And the answer came to her: it is all that is made. Everything. The whole of creation, the entire world, all of it, held in the palm of her hand, small and round and fragile as a single hazelnut. And she understood two things at once, looking at it. The first was how little and how frail it all is, the whole world, no sturdier than a nut you could close your fist and crush. And the second, arriving in the same breath, was that it lasts, that it goes on being, that it is held and kept and does not fall into nothing, and the only reason it lasts, she understood, is that it is loved. It exists because it is loved, and it keeps existing because that love does not let go of it. A whole trembling, fragile world, no bigger than a hazelnut, cupped and held in a hand that will not drop it. And so we come back to the little stone room, and the strange choice that made her an anchoress, a woman sealed into a cell beside a church for life. Understand how serious this was. When a woman was enclosed as an anchoress, the ceremony was sometimes performed almost like a funeral. Prayers for the dead might be said over her. In a sense, she was being buried, declared dead, to the ordinary world of getting and spending and coming and going, and sealed into her cell to live the rest of her days in prayer. To us, it sounds like the ultimate imprisonment. A life sentence in a single room. The smallest possible world. And here is the thing that ought to stop us. She was not diminished by it. She flourished in it. Out of that tiny cell came one of the deepest, warmest, most spacious spiritual visions anyone in England has ever produced. She wrote her showings down, thought about them, prayed over them, wrote a short version, and then, over many years, a long and profound one. And in doing so, she became, as far as we know, the first woman ever to write a book in the English language. The very first. A woman the world had walled into one small room turns out to be the first female voice in the whole long library of English letters. She had made the smallest life imaginable and found something limitless inside it. While the great wide world outside her window churned with plague and fear and striving, she sat in her one still room with her 3 little windows, and she went inward, and she found a space in there bigger than any kingdom. The room was 10 feet of stone. What she found in it had no walls at all. And that little window onto the street mattered more than you might think. She was sealed away, yes, but she was not useless, and she was not hidden. People came. In a frightening age, the townsfolk of Norwich would walk to that small opening in the church wall and speak to the woman inside, and pour out their grief and their fear, and ask her what to do, and she would listen, and she would answer. She had given up the whole moving world, and in exchange she had become a fixed point in it, a still, steady lamp that frightened people could walk toward in the dark. The most enclosed person in the town became one of the ones the whole town leaned on. She proved something we badly need to hear, that you do not have to be out in the churn and the noise, doing everything, going everywhere, to matter to the people around you. Sometimes the most useful thing in a storm is the one who has stopped moving. And out of all of it, the plague, the deathbed, the visions, the years of thinking in her cell, came the sentence she is remembered for. The one she heard, she said, as the answer to all her fear about a broken and suffering world. All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. Now, it would be so easy to hear that as a pretty piece of denial, as looking away, as the kind of empty comfort we wave at each other. It'll all work out, don't worry. But understand who is saying it, and everything changes. This is not a sheltered woman who has never seen anything go wrong. This is a woman who lived through the closest thing her world had to the end of the world, who watched the plague empty her town, who lay under her own last rites, who knew, better than almost anyone, exactly how much is not well, how much never becomes well in this life, how much is simply lost. She is not denying any of it. She saw more of it than we ever will. Her "all shall be well" is not a feeling. It is a discipline. It is a hard-won practice of trust, chosen with both eyes open by a woman who had every reason to despair and decided deliberately not to. She looked straight at the fragile little hazelnut of the world, saw exactly how easily it could be crushed, and held, at the very same time, the unshakable sense that it was cupped in a hand that would not let it fall. Here was her wall, and it is one that presses very close in our own uneasy days, the certainty that when the worst comes, and it does come, then all is lost, everything is ruined. There is nothing left to hold. Julian did not climb over that wall by pretending the worst wasn't real. She had felt the worst. She stepped past it by finding, right in the middle of the catastrophe, right in the middle of her sealed and shrunken little life, an okayness underneath everything that the catastrophe could not reach. And this is what she understood, that our own dread-soaked age, braced always for the next collapse, has such trouble holding on to. Hope does not have to be a denial of the darkness. It can be a discipline practiced right in the teeth of it. You are allowed to see clearly how fragile it all is, the world, your life, the people you love, small and round as a hazelnut in your palm, and still choose, as a daily practice, to trust that it is held. That is not naive. It is the opposite of naive. It is the hardest and bravest hope there is, the kind that has looked at the very worst, and does not look away, and quietly says, anyway, all shall be well. Now, before we move on, let me say one gentle thing to the ones of you still awake. If something in these old, quiet lives speaks to you, If you find yourself wanting a little more of this in the world, and a little less of the noise, the endless scroll that somehow leaves us more tired and more empty than it found us, you can help keep this small lamp lit. You can follow along on Spotify or on Facebook, where there's a little more of this, and a quiet circle of fellow night listeners who help choose which of these forgotten lives we visit next. It's not a club you have to pay to belong to. It's just a handful of people who'd rather sit in the lamplight with an old story than be worn down by the noise. If that's you, come and join us. And now, settle back. Back into the dark. Julian sealed herself in one small room and found it had no walls. Another man, on the far side of things, came to that same small piece by the opposite road, not by shutting the world out, but after watching the whole world he knew burn, and flood, and fall. The river flows on, without stopping, and the water is never the same water. That is how a man named Kamo no Chome began the little book he wrote in Japan more than 800 years ago. Stand at a riverbank and look at the water. It looks like one steady thing, the same river you saw yesterday. But it isn't. Every drop in front of you right now is already gone, already downstream, replaced by new water that will be gone in its turn. The river holds its shape while nothing in it stays. And people, he wrote, and the houses they live in are exactly the same, looking solid, looking permanent, while in truth, the whole thing is flowing away beneath us every second. He did not come to that idea in the abstract. He earned it, the hard way, by watching his world come apart. Chome lived through a run of catastrophes in the capital that would have shaken anyone's faith in solid ground. There was a great fire that swept through the city and turned a huge part of it to ash in a single night, mansions and hovels alike, the homes of the powerful, burning right alongside the homes of the poor. There was a terrible whirlwind that tore through the streets. There was the sudden, chaotic uprooting of the entire capital when the government decided to move it, throwing thousands of lives into disorder. There was a famine that lasted 2 years, in which the city starved, and the dead lay in the streets in numbers too great to count. And there was a massive earthquake that shook the ground so violently that hills collapsed and buildings fell, and the very earth, the one thing everyone trusts to hold still, heaved like the sea. The famine was perhaps the worst of it, because it did not come and go in a night like the fire. It ground on for 2 long years. The rains failed, and the crops failed, and the great city that depended on the countryside slowly began to starve. And Chome watched what hunger does to a place, how the people with means sold off their treasures, their heirlooms, their beautiful things, one after another, trading a lifetime's accumulated wealth for a little food, and how, at the end, even that did not save them, because you cannot eat gold. He watched the proudest possessions in the city become worthless overnight, next to a single bowl of rice. Everything people had spent their lives gathering revealed all at once for exactly what it was worth when the world turned hard. Nothing. He watched all of it. He watched proud families who had seemed untouchable simply vanish. He watched grand houses that were meant to stand for generations become smoke and rubble. He saw, with his own eyes, again and again, that there was nothing you could build, nothing you could own, nothing you could grip tightly enough, that the world could not take away in an afternoon. And on top of the great public disasters, there was a small private one, of the kind that quietly breaks a man's spirit. Chomei was a poet, a talented one, and he came from a family with a hereditary connection to a Shinto shrine. He had hopes, reasonable, earned hopes, of securing a particular respected post there, the kind of position that would have given his life the shape and standing he'd been raised to expect. It was, more or less, the thing he had spent his life working toward. And it went to someone else. He was passed over. The door quietly closed. It is such a small thing, held up against fires and earthquakes. But you know how these small things land. The whole wide world had spent years showing him that nothing is permanent, and now his own modest ambition, the one solid future he'd allowed himself to count on, dissolved too. It was the last push. The world had already taken his faith that anything stays. Now, it took his reason to keep striving inside the game of status and position at all. And instead of curdling into bitterness, something in him just let go. If nothing lasts, and the striving doesn't even pay off, then perhaps the whole exhausting project of climbing and holding and having was a mistake from the start. Perhaps there was another way to live. So, in his later years, Chomei did something wonderfully practical about it. He built himself a house that matched the truth he'd learned. It was small. Deliberately, radically small, 10 feet square, and barely tall enough to stand in. A single tiny room. And the best part, the part that makes me smile every time, he built it to come apart. He designed it so that the whole thing could be taken to pieces and loaded onto a couple of carts and moved somewhere else whenever he liked. A house you could pack up and haul away in a day. If the world was going to keep taking people's homes by fire and flood and quake, well, he would simply own a home so small and so light that losing it would cost him almost nothing. Let the earthquake come. He'd have it rebuilt by lunch. He had made himself, and I say this with real affection, a man who owned almost nothing on purpose, 800 years before anyone thought to call it a way of living at all. He kept almost nothing in there. A few books, a musical instrument or two to play in the evenings. Some bedding. That was about it. No estate to maintain, no treasures to guard, no grand household staff, no anxious inventory of precious things that could be lost or stolen or burned. And there's a lovely irony he seems to have half noticed himself. Even his little hut, he knew, was a kind of attachment. He had grown fond of it, and he gently teased himself in his writing for loving even this small bare thing too much. But that is exactly the point of it. When your whole material life fits in a hut you could carry off on a cart, then the grip the world has on you is loosened almost to nothing. Nobody schemes to steal a demountable shack. No fire can ruin you when your losses can be rebuilt in a morning. He had arranged his entire existence so that catastrophe, when it came again, and he had no illusion that it wouldn't, would find almost nothing of his to take. He had made himself, on purpose, very hard to rob. And here is the joke the universe seems to have been in on. This man, who had watched the wealthy lose everything and grieve themselves sick over it, sat in his little demountable shack with his handful of possessions and was at peace. He had built the smallest house of his entire life, and it was the first place he had ever felt truly safe. Because he had figured out the thing his whole burning, flooding, shaking century had been trying to teach him. When everything can be taken from you, owning little is not poverty. It is freedom. Think about it the way he must have. The people who suffered most in all those disasters were not just the ones who lost their homes. It was the ones who had the most to lose, who had poured their whole hearts and their whole identities into their grand houses and their status and their piles of beautiful things, so that when the fire came, it did not just take their property. It took their entire selves. They had no self left over that wasn't invested in what burned. Chome had watched that particular agony up close, and he wanted no part of it. So he simply stopped giving the world so much to take. He held his life in an open hand, a small hut, a few books, an instrument, and no grip on any of it, and discovered that a man who is not clinging to anything cannot have anything torn away from him. And I want to be careful here, because this is not really a lesson about furniture. Chome is not telling you to throw out your belongings and go live in a shed. The hut was just the outward shape of an inward thing. What he actually let go of was heavier than any house, the demand that life be secure. The insistence that if he just arranged things well enough, held on tightly enough, planned carefully enough, he could finally reach a place where nothing could hurt him and nothing could be lost. That is the real weight most of us carry, not our possessions, but our white-knuckled grip on a permanence that was never coming. He set that grip down. And a man who has stopped demanding that the river hold still is suddenly free to do the only sane thing there is to do with a river, which is to sit beside it and watch it go by and find it beautiful. Here was his wall, the craving for permanence and standing and solid, ownable security in a world that had shown him over and over that no such security exists. And Chome did not try to build a stronger wall against the chaos, a bigger house, a safer fortune, a firmer grip. He had watched where that road ended. He stepped past the wall by going the other way entirely, by making himself small and light and unattached, until there was almost nothing left for the chaos to threaten. And this is what he understood, that our own age of storage units and ever bigger houses, and the low constant hum of never having quite enough, has such a hard time hearing. The river is never going to stop moving. That was never the deal. You are not going to find a way to make the water hold still, or to build the one house the fire can't reach, or to own enough that loss can't find you. That security was never on offer to anyone, ever. But there is another kind of peace available, and it is the one Chome found in his 10 little feet of space. Not the false peace of having finally secured everything, but the real, cool, riverside peace of no longer needing to. Of holding it all lightly. of letting the water be water and flow. Chome made his peace by owning almost nothing and leaving almost nothing behind. But there is an old man I want you to meet now, as our long night draws toward its close, and his whole quiet wisdom turns on the one thing that is actually worth leaving behind, for people you will never live to meet. "2,000 years ago, in the land of Judea, a sage named Honi was walking along a road when he came upon an old man doing something that stopped him. The old man was on his knees in the dirt, planting a tree. A carob tree, a slow, patient, unhurried kind of tree. And Honi, watching him work, was puzzled, and he asked the question that I suspect most of us would ask, if we're honest. "How long," he said, "until this tree bears fruit?" 70 years, the old man answered. "Not 7, 70. This particular tree would not offer up a single carob to anyone for the better part of a human lifetime." And so, Honi asked the obvious follow-up, the practical one, the one that our whole quick results age asks by reflex. He said, "Are you really so certain you'll still be alive in 70 years to eat from it? You are an old man already. You will almost surely be long gone before this tree gives a thing. So, why? Why break your back in planting a tree whose fruit you will never, ever taste?" It is a completely reasonable question. It is, in fact, the exact question our times train us to ask about everything. What's the return? When do I see it? What's in it for me? And, is the payoff going to arrive inside my window? If the answer is, you'll be dead before it matters, well, then what on earth is the point? And notice, Honi was not a foolish man asking a foolish thing. He was a sage, one of the wise men of his age, and by the old accounts, a bit of a wonder worker. Besides, there is another story where a drought grips the land, and Honi draws a circle in the dust and stands inside it and refuses to move until the rains come, and the rains come. So, this is not some simpleton stumbling over an easy lesson. This is a genuinely wise man who looked at an old fellow planting a tree for a harvest he'd never lived to see, and found it, at first, faintly absurd. Which should tell you something comforting. If the point of the carob tree isn't obvious to you right away either, you are in good company. It wasn't obvious to one of the wisest men in Judea until an old gardener on his knees explained it. And the old man on his knees in the dirt gave an answer so simple and so quietly enormous that people have been repeating it for 2,000 years. "When I came into this world," the old man said, "I found it full of carob trees. I did not plant them. My grandparents planted them, and their grandparents before them, old men on their knees in the dirt, generations ago, planting trees whose fruit they knew they would never taste, for the sake of children they would never meet. And I have spent my whole life eating that fruit. I was born into an orchard that other people, long dead, planted for me, out of love for a person they couldn't imagine, who wouldn't exist for 100 years. So, he said, just as my ancestors planted for me, I now plant for those who will come after me. Stop and let that turn all the way over, because it quietly rearranges everything. The old man was not making a sacrifice, exactly. He was paying a debt. He had spent his entire life enjoying shade. He did not grow, and eating fruit he did not plant, gifts handed forward to him by strangers who had died centuries before he was born. His whole comfortable world had been built by people who would never see him benefit from it. And he had simply understood himself correctly as one link in a very long chain, a person who receives from those before and gives to those after, and whose job, whose privilege, is to keep the orchard going for the next ones, exactly as it was kept going for him. There is something in that answer that reaches far past trees, because the old man was describing the deepest and most forgotten fact of a human life, that almost nothing you have is truly your own doing. The language you think in was shaped by people dead 1,000 years. The roads you drive, the medicines that saved your life, the freedoms you take for granted, the very idea of the person you get to be, all of it was planted, slowly, painfully, by generations of strangers who worked and suffered and built for a future they knew they would not live to enter. You did not earn the orchard. You were born into it. Every one of us spends our whole life eating fruit we did not grow. The old man had simply let that truth make him grateful, and gratitude, real gratitude, always wants to pass the gift along. And now, for the strange, dreamlike coda the old tellers attach to honey, because it makes the whole lesson land in the body. The story goes that Honey, walking on, grew tired and sat down and fell asleep. And he slept, not for a night, but for 70 years. And when he finally woke and rose and walked back the way he had come, he found that same carob tree now, full grown, heavy with fruit, and a man harvesting from it. He asked the man, "Did you plant this tree?" "No," the man said. "My grandfather planted it for me." Honey had fallen asleep, the one who asked, "Why plant for a future you'll never see?" and woken up, standing inside that very future, watching a stranger eat the fruit, having become, himself, one of the unseen ancestors he had failed, at first, to understand. Here is what Honey came to understand, and what our own short-horizoned age has nearly lost the ability to feel. The whole point of your work may be a shade you will never sit in. We are trained now for the fast return. We measure in quarters and in seasons, in things that pay off this year, this month, tonight. We plant, when we plant at all, the fast crops, the ones that come up green and quick and let us harvest before we've barely finished sowing. And there is a particular hollowness that comes from a life lived entirely on that short horizon, the sense that nothing we do is built to outlast us, that we are the last chapter, that the chain of people handing things forward to people they'll never meet has somehow, in us, gone quiet. We eat the fruit of the old orchards without quite remembering that someone had to plant them, and we forget, most of all, to plant. And here is the quiet gift hidden inside the carob tree, the thing that makes it a comfort and not a burden. To plant for a future you'll never see is to declare, with your own hands, that your life is part of something much longer than your life. That you are not a sealed little bubble that pops and is gone, but a link reaching back to everyone who planted for you, and forward to everyone you'll plant for. There is a strange and enormous peace in that. The short horizon is not just greedy, it's lonely. It leaves you standing at the very end of everything, holding only what you can use up before you go. But the moment you kneel down and plant something for a stranger, 100 years off, you are no longer at the end of anything. You are in the middle of a long, warm procession of people caring for people they'll never meet, and that is a far kinder place to spend a life than alone at the finish line, eating the last of the fruit. Honey's wall was that short horizon itself, the deep assumption that a thing is only worth doing if you personally get to collect on it, that the story ends when you do. And he did not knock that wall down with an argument. He knelt down beside the old man's carob tree and understood, all the way through, that he had spent his whole life sitting in shade he did not grow, and that the way past the wall was simply to pick up a seed and plant it for someone whose face he would never see. Let me give you the plainest image I can for it, the one to carry into sleep. Somewhere, right now, you are sitting in shade you did not grow. Someone you never met and never thanked. A grandmother, a stranger, a builder of some quiet good thing generations back, knelt in the dirt of a day you will never know about, and planted the tree you are resting under tonight. Your safety, your comfort, half the good things in your life are fruit from orchards planted by the dead who loved you before you existed. And the only way to honor that, the only way to be a true link in that chain, instead of the broken end of it, is to plant something yourself, some kindness, some work, some seed of a better world that you will not live to sit under, for someone you will never meet, who will one day rest in your shade without ever knowing your name. That is not a loss. That is one of the quietest, kindest things a mortal temporary creature can do. Honey found the meaning of his work in a harvest 70 years away, in a moment he would never live to see. But there is another kind of person entirely who found the very same thing, the whole weight of the sacred, the whole point of a life, hidden in the exact opposite place. Not 70 years off in the future. Right here. In the plain, unremarkable moment, directly in front of him. In, of all the humble places in the world, a sink full of dirty dishes. Paris, in the 1600s. In the back of a monastery, there is a middle-aged man standing at a basin, up to his forearms in greasy, cooling dishwater, scrubbing at the bottom of a pot that will not come clean. His hands are not gentle scholar's hands. They are a soldier's hands, thick, scarred, a little clumsy. Because that is what he was before he came here. His name, back in the world, was Nicholas Herman, and he had been a soldier in one of the long, brutal wars that tore Europe apart in that century. He had seen the things soldiers see. He had been wounded, taken a bad injury to his leg that left him limping for the rest of his days. And somewhere in all of that, the violence, the fear, the sheer waste of it, Something in him had turned toward a quieter life, and he had come to this monastery and asked to be taken in, not as a priest or a scholar, but as a humble lay brother. The lowest rung, the one who does the chores. And so they put him in the kitchen. Here is the thing they usually leave out of the inspiring version of this story. He did not like it. He tells us so himself, plainly. He had, in his own words, a strong natural aversion to kitchen work. He was not some serene soul who floated into the scullery already at peace. He was a limping ex-soldier, given the drudgery nobody else wanted, standing day after day in the heat and the grease and the endless clatter, doing repetitive, thankless, unglamorous labor that he found genuinely disagreeable. Pots to scrub, meals to haul. The same dull tasks, over and over, world without end. If you have ever stood at a sink, or a desk, or a workstation, doing something small and repetitive, and beneath what you hoped your life would be, feeling your one precious existence draining away into chores, then you already know exactly where Brother Lawrence was standing. And you already feel the ache he felt. The sense that real life, meaningful life, the life that counts, must surely be happening somewhere else. In the chapel, maybe, with the real monks. In some holier hour. Anywhere but here, with your hands in the dishwater. And then, right there, in the last place anyone would look for it, he found the thing that every figure in this long night has been reaching toward. What he found was so simple, it can slip right through your fingers if you're not careful. He decided to stop waiting. He stopped dividing his life into the holy parts and the wasted parts, the sacred hour in the chapel on one side, and the long, dreary stretch of pots and pans on the other. He stopped treating the kitchen as the dead time in between the moments that mattered. Instead, he began to bring his whole attention, his whole heart, his whole quiet love to whatever small thing was directly in front of him. To this pot, this minute, this plain, humble, unremarkable task. He began doing each little chore, even scrubbing a crusted pan, even flipping a cake frying in the pan, as a small, deliberate act of love and presence, offered up fully, held with his complete attention. He called it, later, the practice of the presence of God. And notice that word, practice. Not a feeling that descended on him. A practice. Something he did on purpose, again and again, until it became the texture of his days. And it changed everything, without changing anything at all. The kitchen stayed a kitchen. The work stayed the same work. But he wrote, and this is the line that made cardinals and famous scholars actually travel to a monastery to speak with a kitchen servant. He wrote that, for him, the time of business was no different from the time of prayer. That, in the noise and the clatter of his kitchen, with several people all calling for different things at once, he possessed the same deep peace he would have felt on his knees before the altar. The greasy pots and the holy sacrament had become the same. There was no longer any dead time in his life, because there was no longer any moment he was not fully in. And people noticed. That is the part that still astonishes me. This was a nobody, a lame old lay brother doing the lowest work in the house. No rank, no learning, no title. And yet, a kind of quiet radiance came off him as he worked, a serenity and an unhurried joy in the middle of the drudgery that was so unmistakable that important men, bishops, respected clergy, learned people with real problems began to come to the monastery and asked to speak with the kitchen brother, to sit with him among the pots and learn his secret. And his secret, when they asked, was almost comically simple. He was not doing anything grand. He was just washing the dish that was in front of him all the way with his whole heart for love. He told them he would even flip a little cake frying in his pan for the love of God, and that when there was nothing else to do, he would pick a straw up off the floor for love. The smallest acts in the world, done completely. That was the entire teaching, and men who had read 1,000 books came to learn it from a man who scrubbed pots. He had discovered that the sacred was not waiting for him in some special place, at some special hour, in some better life. He was always about to begin. It was here. It had always been here. It was hiding, the whole time, inside the very dishwater he'd been resenting, and the only thing that had ever kept him from it was his own conviction that it must be somewhere else. And this is what a limping old soldier at a sink understood, that our own scattered, restless, half-present age has forgotten so completely we barely know we've lost it. The life you keep waiting for is the one you are already living. Here is his wall, and it may be the quietest and most crowded wall in this whole procession, because nearly all of us live pressed right up against it every single day. It is the conviction that real life is always elsewhere, in the next hour, the next weekend, the next achievement, the someday when things finally settle down and the good part begins. It is the deep habit of being anywhere but here, eating one meal while scrolling toward the next thing, sitting with someone we love while half our mind is somewhere else entirely, moving through our actual, irreplaceable days, as though they were just the hallway to some better room we never quite reach. And Brother Lawrence did not knock that wall down with some grand act. He stepped past it, in the smallest way imaginable, by simply arriving, by bringing his whole self to the one plain moment he was actually in, the one with his hands in the water, and discovering that it had been enough, and holy, and complete, the entire time. There is a particular exhaustion, and I suspect you know it well, lying there tonight, that comes not from doing too much, but from never quite being where you are. From a mind scattered into 100 pieces, half of them in the past and half in the future, and almost none of them here. From living your whole life at a slight distance from your own life, always leaning toward the next thing, so that the actual moments slip by, unlived, unnoticed, ungathered. It is the ache of absence, of being everywhere, except in the one place you actually are. Brother Lawrence is the gentle cure for it, worked out 300 years ago, over a sink full of dishes. You do not have to wait. You do not have to get somewhere else first. The dish in your hands, the breath you are taking right now, the ordinary minute you are actually in, that plain, unremarkable moment is not the waiting room for your life. It is your life. It is the whole of it, the only part you will ever actually get to touch. And it turns out to be enough, and even holy, the instant you stop straining toward the next one and simply, quietly arrive. He found the whole of the sacred hidden inside the most ordinary moment. And there is one last man for us to meet tonight, a weaver, at his loom, in a city on a river far to the east, who spent his whole life on an even deeper version of that same truth. He found the divine, not in the temple and not in the mosque, but in the breath and the loom and the plainest things of every day. And of all the walls we have walked past this long night, the one this weaver stood against was the largest of them all. So, let us go and meet him, and let the night close where he did. On the banks of a great river in northern India, some 500 years ago, there sat a man at a loom. The city was Banaras, Varanasi, one of the oldest and holiest cities in the world, a place where pilgrims come to pray and to die by the sacred water. And in a poor quarter of it lived a weaver, working the threads back and forth, the soft clack of the loom marking his hours. His name was Kabir. He could not read or write, the tradition tells us. He was a simple craftsman, born into a family of Muslim weavers, and yet steeped in the Hindu world all around him, living, from his very first breath, on the line between two great faiths that mostly regarded each other with suspicion. And here is the beautiful trouble with Kabir. He would not stand on either side of that line. To this day, both faiths claim him as their own. Hindus revere him. Muslims revere him. The Sikhs treasure his verses in their holy book. Everyone wants to say, Kabir was one of ours. And the reason is that Kabir spent his whole life refusing, gently and stubbornly, to be one of anyone's. He would not wear the label. He would not pick a team. Both sides claimed his songs, and he, in his lifetime, belonged fully to neither, which made both of them, at various times, quite annoyed with him. And I love that his trade was weaving, because it seems to have taught him everything. All day, his hands moved among the threads, the crosswise and the lengthwise, the warp and the weft, two different sets of threads that most people would never think of as the same thing. And yet, the whole point of a loom is that you cross them over and under, until you cannot say where one ends and the other begins, and the two of them together become a single cloth that no one could ever unpick back into sides. He sat at that loom his whole life, making one fabric out of two kinds of thread. And then he stood up and looked at a world that insisted Hindu and Muslim were two separate things that must never be woven together, and he must have thought, quietly, that the world had simply never learned to weave. Because he kept saying a thing that neither the temple nor the mosque wanted to hear. What he said, in verse after plain-spoken verse, was that they were all looking in the wrong place. He watched the Hindu pilgrim bathing in the holy river to wash his sins away, and he gently asked, if washing in water could save you, then the fish and the frogs who live in it their whole lives must be very holy indeed. He watched the Muslim faithful called to prayer, bowing toward a distant city, and he gently asked why they thought God was off in one particular direction, deaf until you shouted the right words at him. He looked at the priests and the holy men of every stripe, with their rituals and their rules and their certainty that the sacred lived inside their particular building, spoke their particular language, answered to their particular name, and he told them, kindly and without mercy, that they had missed the whole point. Because God, said Kabir, is not in the temple, and God is not in the mosque. God is not off in some holy elsewhere that you need a priest and a ritual and the right label to reach. The divine is closer than that. It is in your own breath, going in and out, unnoticed, all day long. It is in the loom under your hands and the work of your ordinary afternoon. It is nearer to you than your own neck, and you go on searching the whole world for it, like a man wandering town to town, looking for the necklace that is already around his throat. There is a line remembered as his that has always stayed with me. He said, laughing a little, that he had to laugh when he was told that the fish in the water is thirsty. Do you feel the whole of it in that one small joke? Here we all are, swimming in the very thing we are dying of thirst for, crying out that we cannot find it, sending our prayers off to distant cities and searching every temple in the world for the water we are already, at this very moment, breathing. Do you hear how it gathers up everything this long night has been saying? The old weaver, without ever meeting a one of them, was singing the same note as the soldier at the sink, and the birds, who were their own king, and the priestess, pressing her name into the clay. The thing you are searching everywhere for is not far away, behind some wall, in someone else's keeping. It is here. It is yours. It always was. And the walls people built to hold it, my temple, your mosque, my name for it, your name for it, those walls never had the holy thing on one side and not the other. The walls were the one thing that was never true. This did not make him popular. It is a dangerous thing, in any age, to tell the priests of two religions at once that their walls are made of nothing. The comfortable and the powerful of both faiths had every reason to want him quiet. But you cannot easily silence a song that ordinary people have already taken into their mouths, and his verses, plain and sharp and unforgettable, had gone out among the weavers and the water carriers and the poor of every label, who sang them at their work precisely because they rang so true. He belonged to no faith, and so he belonged to all of them, and so, in the end, the poorest people of every side simply carried him in their hearts, which is the one place no wall has ever been able to reach. And then Kabir died in a town called Magha. And the story they tell about what happened next is the gentlest and the most perfect in this whole procession. So let me tell it to you quietly, the way you tell the last story of the night. The moment the old weaver was gone, his followers began to quarrel over his body. The Hindus among them wanted to do what Hindus do, to build a fire and cremate him and give his ashes to the holy river. The Muslims among them wanted to do what Muslims do, to lay him in the earth and bury him, and mark the grave." And they stood there over the body of the man who had spent his entire life telling them there was no wall between them, and they nearly came to blows over which side of the wall his poor dead body belonged to. It is almost unbearably human, isn't it? The one lesson he gave his whole life to teach, and here they were at his very deathbed, still divided, still drawing the line, still fighting over which tribe got to claim him. Now, I will tell you honestly, the way I always do. This next part is the story they tell, not the history we can prove. It is a legend, and both faiths have loved it and kept it for 500 years. And I think they have kept it because it is true in the way that matters most, whether or not it happened just so. So let it be a story, and let it be true, both at once, the way the best of the old stories are. The argument grew heated. And then, before it could turn to violence, someone suggested they at least cover him, out of respect, while they decided. So they laid a shroud over the body, and they heaped fresh flowers upon it. And there they stood, the two sides, in the quiet, with the covered body between them, and their old argument hanging unfinished in the air. And when, at last, they lifted the shroud to settle the matter, the story says the body was gone. There was no body there at all. Under the cloth, where the old weaver had lain, there was only a heap of flowers. Fresh, fragrant flowers, and nothing else. For a long moment, the story goes, they simply stood there, the two sides, looking down together at the flowers. All that anger drained away into wonder. The men who had been ready to come to blows a moment before now stood shoulder to shoulder, enemies no longer, united at last, and united, of all things, by the one thing they could not divide. And then, quietly, they did the only thing left to do. They divided the flowers between them. The Hindus took their half and carried it home and gave it to the fire and the river, as was their way. The Muslims took their half and laid it in the earth and marked the place, as was their way. And to this day, the story says, the two shrines stand near one another, a tomb and a temple, side by side, over a man who was never in either of them. Each side got exactly what it had wanted, and neither side got the thing it had been fighting over, because the thing they had been fighting over was never there. There had never been a body to divide between them. There had only ever been flowers, and there were more than enough for everyone, and always had been. And this is the last thing to understand tonight, the thing all the others have been leaning toward. This is where every door we have walked through opens onto the same quiet room. Because, think back, softly, over the whole long night. Think of all the walls. The wall of silence they built around a forgotten priestess, a door, it turned out, she could write straight through. The wall of a man's own unforgivable past, carried, stone by stone, until it became the very door he walked out of. The gilded wall of success, and the cell of a fear, and the golden cage of a comfortable life, the wall of the face we keep editing, and the wall of pretending we won't die, and the wall of the endless ledger. The wall of clinging to what cannot be kept. The wall of the shut door, and the line between us and them, and the short horizon, and the conviction that life is always somewhere else. Every single one of them looked, from the near side, like the solid end of something. And every single one of them turned out to be a door. And here, at the very last, is the largest wall of all, the one between us and them, between your name for the holy and mine, the wall whole peoples have killed and died along the length of. Kabir stood at that wall his whole life and said, simply, there is nothing on the other side of this that is not also on your side. And then, in his death, the flowers said it better than any verse ever could. Lift the shroud, and the thing you were fighting over is not there. It was never a body to be divided. It was only ever flowers, and there were always more than enough to go around, and the wall you drew down the middle of the world was drawn across empty air. Every key this whole night handed you was cut for this one lock. The walls are doors. And the last wall, the one between you and every other soul, was never really there at all. So, there they all are. Our long, quiet procession, filing past in the lamplight, and now standing together at the end of the night. Do you remember, back at the very start, the tiredness I spoke of? That particular hollow that no amount of sleep quite seems to reach. The one that opens up, sometimes, on the good days more than the bad ones. That was real. It is real. And I think, now that you have walked this whole way with me, you can feel a little more clearly what it actually is. It is not a flaw in you. It is a kind of homesickness, a quiet ache for a way of being that our loud and hurried world has quietly mislaid. Because, look at who we just met. A priestess with a reed and some wet clay. A murderer carrying stones up a mountain. A weary scholar in the corner of a mosque. A frightened girl with a diary. A guardsman who walked away, and a philosopher who wouldn't be painted, and a monk with a skull, and a woman with a torch, and a poet king, and a merchant's son with empty hands, and 30 exhausted birds, and a rejected teacher, and a man who stopped a war with a belt, and a scribe with his 2 trees, and an anchoress in her cell, and a hermit in his 10 little feet of space, and an old man planting a tree, and a soldier at a sink, and a weaver at his loom. Not one of them had what you have. No comfort we would recognize. No cures in a bottle. No way to numb the ache, or look away from it, or drown it out. They had so much less than we have, less safety, less medicine, less ease, less of nearly everything we spend our lives chasing. And somehow they understood so much more. That is the thing we forgot, nightlings. That is the whole of it. We have everything they lacked, and we have quietly lost almost everything they had. We have filled our hands so full of what they never dreamed of that we set down, without noticing, the few small things that actually hold a life together. The open hand instead of the closed fist. The plain moment we are actually in. The love that keeps no ledger. The wall that turns out to be a door. The world held lightly and loved more for being brief. But here, is the gentle secret underneath all of it, the one I most want you to carry down into sleep. None of it was ever really lost. It was only forgotten. And a thing that is forgotten is not gone. It is just waiting, quietly, to be remembered. Every one of these people found their way to it, with far less than you are holding right now. The priestess found her voice at the very moment they tried to erase it. The old scholar found himself only after he had nothing left. They did not have more than you. They simply remembered what you have half forgotten. And what one tired human being remembered, another tired human being can remember too. Tonight, even. Lying right here, in the dark. So let it all settle now. Let the whole procession blur softly together into one quiet feeling. The walls you thought were the end of things are doors. Your hand can open. This ordinary moment is enough. Nothing you love is diminished by not lasting. It is made precious by it. And the last wall, the one between you and everyone else, that one was never really there. There are only the flowers, and always more than enough to go around. You do not have to hold any of it tightly. That was rather the point. Just let it rest in an open hand, and let the hand grow heavy, and let the night take the weight of it for a while. The lamp is low now. The stories are told. And you, I hope, are a little less alone in the dark than you were a few hours ago. One small link in a very long chain of tired human beings who lay down, just like this, and were held. Since you made it this far. Sleep now, nightlings. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done. But yours continues.